ine bumi kuti tishandise isu vanhu Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana ipapo pamunoronga zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora ngati pamucharongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora ngati pamucharongapo zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora ona pamunorongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora Mozisi akapiwa mitemo ine bumi kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana
O Bukavu, sikia muziki utoka Afrika. Jaja, sikia hadisi bwana, hadisi zilizosemwa na wazazi. Muziki twaimba twacheza ye, ulitoka Afrika ye bwana. Hatuendi kusoma kucheza, hatuendi shuleni kuimba. Nani yule atasema si ukweli? Muziki ni wetu we. Muziki nzuri toka Afrika, mchana na jioni twakatika. Utaukuta barabara ni nyumbani malipote. Muziki waleta raha haona, muziki uponyeshwa magonjwa. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu mama mati. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu Nala yeko asemu manda. Sahau mashida ndugu, wenjoni tukatike. hizo shida zote zitapita. Telema yakatobina kobangate, yokandule kala eza kobeta di imbote. Ndule titongo na pokwa tikato sepela di mana. Muziki nzuri toka Afrika, mchana na ujio twakatika. Utaukuta barabara ni nyumbani alipote mama. Muziki waleta raha aona, muziki uponyeshwa magonjwa. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, choni kwetu mandekota nane okuwani akadie. Mbote na bino, mbote yetu, ndule na biso, ndule yetu. Mbote na bino, mbote yetu, ndule na biso, ndule yetu. Bashengesie, mbote na bino, mbote yetu, ndule na biso, ndule yetu. Nina la sebo pa de tota, somana kande tota, mata chikande tota, mata chaka.
Money fit for you, second DJ. Check up to go back, get there. One thing from on the German jail and then no man let you back to my gear and back. I'm the delegate, DJ delegate, delegate, delegate. Sénégal, dans mon Sénégal, pour n'y pas de nom. Dans mon Sénégal, pour n'y pas ragner, j'ai des globales.
Dali We believe that the future of Africa lies in its vast land. We believe the future is in the hands of those who walk the fields. For those are the hands that feed nations and ensure a better and more productive Africa. We believe in those hands, and that is why we too bring our hands in support of them. Our hands come bearing technologies and solutions that ensure their effort is not in vain, but deliver results that ensure a sustainable, prosperous, and food-secure Africa. At AATF, we are driving transformation of livelihoods in sub-Saharan Africa through innovative agricultural technologies that deliver results. We promise to deliver prosperity through technology. We believe that the future of Africa lies in its vast land. We believe the future is in the hands of those who walk the fields. For those are the hands that feed nations and ensure a better and more productive Africa. We believe in those hands, and that is why we too bring our hands in support of them. Our hands come bearing technologies and solutions that ensure their effort is not in vain, but deliver results that ensure a sustainable, prosperous, and food-secure Africa. At AATF, we are driving transformation of livelihoods in sub-Saharan Africa through innovative agricultural technologies that deliver results. We promise to deliver prosperity through technology.
Yanamba waso na yabaye yabakoma mo minyano eye mwanti na yabayo agrowono kana fue yanamba waso ni yabaye yabakoma mo eye mwanti na yabayo agrowono kana fue. Yes, I don't care. Yanamba waso nearby, yabagrama mo, ayam wanting na yabayo, a growano gana fue. Yanamba waso nearby, yabagrama mo. I am wanting na yabayo Agroano Ghana fue. Eyaboko Sa Mese Menampa Boasso na me baye me bagrama wo ayam wanti na me bayo agrono Ghana fue menampa boasso nie baye ya bagrama wo ayam wanti na ya bayo agrono Ghana fue agrono Ghana fue agrono Ghana fue agrono Ghana fue agrono Ghana fue. Esa Odo Akusombo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Sunkwa Ensemble. We're here to soothe your afternoon with beautiful music from Ghana. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy. Odo Akusombo, yeni awo, Odo Akusombo, yeni awo, ye osima ya denobo. Obe matwa petiena ye freno ye osema ye deno Odra kusomwe ye ni ao Odra kusomwe ye ni ao ye osima ya denobo obe matwa petiena ye freno ye osima ya denobo esa odo akusumbu odra akusumbwe ye ni awo Oda kusumbwe yeni ao ye osima ya denobo obe matwa petiena ye freno ye osima ya denobo sa senchebuya Brahman will be Senchemuya down for my Brahman home. Senchemuya down for my Brahman home. What's it? My Brahman, you'll be a dear. Senchemuya down for my Brahman. Senchemuya down for my Brahman home. Senchemuya down for my Brahman my Brahman you'll be a dear. Senchemuya down for my Brahman. Yes sir. Yep, you will be yes yeah or Brahman. Baby, you know, for and a juicy kiddy. Emma was said, Saint Chamoya, down for my brame home. Saint Chamoya, down for my brame home. My brame, and you'll be a dear. Saint Chamoya, down for my brame. Saint Chamoya, down for my brame home. Saint Chamoya, down for my brame waha. My brame, and you'll be a dear. Saint Chamoya, down for my brame. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Sunkwa Ensemble. This afternoon, we are here to soothe your afternoon with beautiful music. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy. Yes, sir. Boko. Odo ye way, belembe, belembe. Odo ye way, belembe, belembe. Odo ye way, belembe, belembe. Marama homatia, belembe, belembe. Isu. Joshua. Menautina yacha, mo was my wo. When you messy ho, one more time for you the day. Nadia na me, never send a buffet. Sweetie, I tremble. Tremors a minga mawo. Menautina yacha, mo was my wo. When you messy ho, one more time for Sakame. Nadia na me, never send a buffet. Sweetie, I tremble. Message on my zaminga or do you way, belembe, belembe, marama homatia, belembe, belembe, or do you way, belembe, marama homatia, belembe, belembe, menautina yacha, mo was my own friends. When you miss home, one more time for Sakamio Christopher. Again, I'm here, never set up a fear. My dear, I tremble, message of my Saminia Mo. Although you way, belembe, 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 belembe. Although you way, belembe, belembe. Marama homatia, belembe, belembe. Yesu. Ni pare brow, ya baraboy ni pare brow, oye chuma yemo. Ni pare brow, oye sitna yemo. Ampara ni pare brow, oye tati chuma yemo. Me da fo bensa no kana sembida. Ni pare brow, Ansana yako imodo ewe belembe 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 odoye we belembe belembe marama hamatia belembe belembe ni pare brow ya baraboy moai ni pare brow why chuma yemo ni pare brow why it's na yemo I'm parani pare brow why dante chuma yemo na kona deno kana sembida ni pare brow ansana yako boy Belembe, do your way, Belembe, Marama Homatian. Belembe, do your way, Belembe, do your way, Belembe. Yes, I. Yeah. Yeah. Lay down low, pretty lady, yeah, lay down low. No me boy, oh, sweetie, no me boy, oh. We talk together, we walk together. We eat together, oh, and we sleep together. Wifey, Morocco Mabwa, sweetie, Morocco Mabwa, Jolly baby, Morocco Mabwa, oh darling. Morocco Mabwa, oh shamming no mommy kisses, oh showing no circus acro, oh shamming no mommy kisses, oh showing no mommy wiper, lay down low. Oh baby, Morocco Maba, I drive my own car. My lorry has a baby, lay down low. Oh baby, Morocco Maba, I drive my own car. My lorry has a baby. Do da do da do da. Wifey, Morocco Mabawa, sweetie, Morocco Mabawa, Jonna baby, Morocco Mabawa, oh darling, Morocco Mabawa, oh show me him no mommy kisses, oh show me him no circus acro. Oh, show me him no mommy kisses. Oh, show me him no mommy wiper. Lay Say I don't want you in the morning, but I need it now. Yeah, I find you, I give you all you need, and I do all you love. I feel it coming. Time is of the essence. I try to teach you, but I'ma need some lessons. I need to give it all. I try to live, but I can't. I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. Yeah, you don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel my body. Only you feel my body. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel my body. Only you feel my body. Baby, baby, everybody's the same. No one loves you like this. No one wants you the same way. Yeah, listen, I gave you all you need, gave you all you need, gave you all, I gave you all you need, yeah, yeah. Every touch you need, every touch you need, give you all, I give you all you need. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel my body. Only you feel my body. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel my body. Only you feel my body. Esa ojo. Wait, yeah, why, 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 yeah. I see I don't go part of the way. I see I don't go part of the way. I don't go by, hey, no bummer, don't know why. And bet chinchime. Audrey, oh, the power you know, mama, hey, baby, don't you mess with my love, baby. Need don't even come here. Omechi obuadia otia sia African me pa na wo no hey Opia barra besemedoa oya vede shoa my last open your wait ya me free baby na me ba na my bra audio do bashami o be pa when you move fi friend na fi mando o ya was me say o si o besi mi o hema wana kumemo o hema wana kumem o se me last something o se wait me last atia don't kupa dawe mabamalowa wait yes boy never come wait yes boy oh wait yes boy atia don't kupa dawe Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful performance. Just to make an announcement for the launch, you can pick your card at the door right here. Pick up your lunch card, your voucher, and then you can pick up your food at the buffet. There's a large buffet outdoors. You go pick up your food, and then you come with it, and you come back here, you sit down, you enjoy your lunch, and then we will be starting shortly. So just to repeat, you can go to the door to pick your voucher, your lunch voucher, and then go to the buffet to pick your food, come back in this room, and enjoy the lunch whilst we are about to start. Thank you.
We believe that the future of Africa lies in its vast land. We believe the future is in the hands of those who walk the fields. For those are the hands that feed nations. and ensure a better and more productive Africa. We believe in those hands, and that is why we too bring our hands in support of them. Our hands come bearing technologies and solutions that ensure their effort is not in vain, but deliver results that ensure a sustainable, prosperous, and food-secure Africa. At AATF, we are driving transformation of livelihoods in sub-Saharan Africa through innovative agricultural technologies that deliver results. We promise to deliver prosperity through technology.
Nalima napanda, lakini sikuwa napanda vizuri. Sasa vile nilikia kwa Reverend, wakanifundisha vya kulima, wakanifundisha vile naweza panda, wakanifundisha vile naweza chakua mbegu iliyo bora na shamba langu. Wakanichagulia, nimepata mahindi, nimevuna hapo, ninauza mpaka imenitoa kwa hiyo nyumba, imeniweka kwa hii nyumba, nimejenga mwenyewe na mikono yangu, na ndio hii bado naendelea kuimalizia. Hata mtoto, niko na mtoto mmoja ako class 7, lakini nimepeleka boarding school sahi, ako Matumbuko. Kwa ajili ya nini? Shirika la Wherever Net ama DAD. Naomba kwa niaba yangu, kama ingelikuwa upendo wa Mungu, aongeze tu miaka, yani liwe tu shirika la milele. Kwa sababu vile nilitoka hapo nikanunua kuku, najua nitanunua pia gari. Kupitia wapi? Kwa DAD. Nilikuwa nalima, napanda, lakini sikuwa napanda vizuri. Sasa vile nilikia kwa Reverend, wakanifundisha vya kulima, wakanifundisha vile naweza panda, wakanifundisha vile naweza chakua mbegu iliyo bora na shamba langu. Wakanichagulia, nimepata mahindi, nimevuna hapo, ninauza mpaka imenitoa kwa hiyo nyumba, imeniweka kwa hii nyumba, nimejenga mwenyewe na mikono yangu, na ndio hii bado naendelea kuimalizia. Hata mtoto, niko na mtoto mmoja ako class 7, lakini nimepeleka boarding school sahi, ako Matumbuko. Kwa ajili ya nini? Shirika la Wherever Net ama DAD. Naomba kwa niaba yangu, kama ingelikuwa upendo wa Mungu, aongeze tu miaka, yani liwe tu shirika la milele. Kwa sababu vile nilitoka hapo nikanunua kuku, najua nitanunua pia gari. Kupitia wapi? Kwa DAD.
You may have to think and tell me, I want to go, Debbie and you, I just want my baby to come back to me. Me dog up now, or don't from her. I teacher in me, or don't from me. I teacher in me, or don't from me. I'm a wooden you may at the tea and tell me, I was sick, Debbie and you may be around. I just want my baby to come back to me. My dog from her, my dog from her. I dream me, or don't from me. I dream yeah. Or don't from me. I'm out in me. Ajay, Mansunumo, or Bassima, Madani Sujani, baby, why? I feel so lonely. Into your sumba, Mekwa Kojina, and Quantanija, a friend summer folk at a keno. Nana num summer for every year. We go and suffer ramo every year. Won't find me doing bremen, I'm a fino. Or don't from me. I change him, yeah. Or don't from me. I'm out him, yeah. Or don't from me. I change him, yeah. Or don't from me. I'm out in here. It you may at the day and tell me, yeah. I was going. Every night and day. I just want my baby to come back to me. My dog come now, or don't from her. I dream me, or don't from me. I dream yeah, or don't from me. I'm out wanting me. Ajay, Mansunumo, or Bassima, Madani Sujani, baby, why? I feel so lonely until Sumba, Megwa Kojina, and Quantanija, a friend summer for better kendo. Joe, Nana num summer for every year. They go and suffer ramo every year. Won't find me doing bremen, I'm a fendo. Or don't from me. I dream yeah. Or don't from me. I'm a wooden yeah. Or don't from me. Chin yeah, I don't from there. I'm out wanting me. Tea, bra, back come and wash it, bra, back come and wash it, bra, and from there. Bra, back come and wash it, bra, back come and wash it, bra, and from there. Odre, so what did Jimmy so Namiti my embedded Odre, oh, sending me what you are, baby, I get dinner. Odre, my mental one day, and only mommy I was a pair. Odre, so what did Jimmy so Namiti my embedded Odre, meadow, oh. Send what you are, baby, I get dinner. All day, mom, and to one day, and on never, mommy, I was a pet. To me, an ancestor, to me, an ancestor, to me, an ancestor, but to me, an ancestor, to me, an ancestor, to me, an ancestor, to me, an ancestor, but to me, an ancestor. An ancestor. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, an ancestor. Me say, bro, baby, bro. Although you when was a team, bro, baby, bro. Although you when was tea, and yes, Jenny, one for 4 beer the crew. To better Hasso, Bashana Brabo, cannot just so here, Hassa Champina, up a would be a funny dome. And now we can say, woman, so far by that. Or Yajuma, Wusika, the Subanka, or Nantio to say, woman, or Sata, you are celebrity, once in a wujai, Chrome Hoffer Mab, or Father Swa, Nasuna Hopasem, Obera Mebois, a dove Baco, I'm a Japoma, I'm a Muso Bedowa. Nenge usika enonti ame pedono samesania esese wo she wo suma mekania ni edum pem na wo pomemrania from ezafinat odo de mo pania wari ase meto ase odo wonseme e mwa kona te sedu kromusio da, but to I see your door once a week. If one gonna to set the chromosome, da, and Tico, so I did don't me. Tramming, yeah, won't pay. No touch of was your tea. Big giant, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor. But to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, but to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, but to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, to me an ancestor, no day. I won't kwane kumio Binyo tofumbia Obechimeni wama brabo imo Mayo sijene I won't kwane kumio Tophobia, oh, bet you many, oh, my bravo, emo. Yes, see my way. Oh, Biara, what a dog for you. Yes, see my way. Oh, Biara, what a dog for you. Enonti miara me shishama na mezakanya me dono Yasi mayewe Obiara wana dofio Yasi mayewe Obiara wana dofio Enonti miara me shishama na mensakanya me dono Shemane yumpena Shemane yumpena Shemane yumpena Shemane yumpena I feel na no I feel na no My own come on pa My own come on pa If we say oh don't be oh ayo ayo oh don't be oh ayo ayo oh don't be oh ayo Yes, in my way, oh, be an in of for, and if I walk on my man, no man wants nothing more. For walk on my man, no man wants nothing. Oh, Sunday, yes, in my way, I want to train someone and it all for. Yes, in my way, oh, don't be sing you. Nase woni wa, na yara wasa. Nase woni wa, na yara wasa. If we say oh don't be yo, ayo ayo, oh don't be yo, ayo ayo, oh don't be yo, ayo ayo. See Jenny, I won't kwane kumio. Minyo dofobia, I bet you many were my bravo emo. My see Jenny, I won't kwane kumio. See me your dog for bia obechmeni ho my bravo himo yasi wa yewe obiara when it don't feel yasi wa yewe obiara when it don't feel and on tiara me fishema na mensakanya medodo Shemane yumpena Shemane yumpena Shemane yumpena Shemane yumpena I feel no I feel no my mom come up my mom come up if you say oh don't be oh ayo oh don't be oh ayo oh don't be oh ayo Kinky and Pepe, Kinky and Pepe, Kinky and Pepe. Dokona ne meko, dokona ne meko. Dakrobia won sabeka, dokona ne meko, dokona ne meko, dokona ne meko. Mema war and fish it Dokona ne meko, dokona ne meko. Dakrobia won sabeka, dokona ne meko, dokona ne meko, dokona ne meko. Mema war and fish it Minim papa be, oh, when you sick a cry, or make you mem quite so. Na ano pepiara me kokosia asama wakane sa dokona ne meko dakrobia wansa beka dokona ne meko mema wo and free shitoro Seba. Many papa sabe when you see a cry, what makes you mem quite so. Na ano pepiara sa me kokosia asama wakane sa dokona ne meko dakrobia wansa beka dokona ne meko mema wo and free shitono Wada be fancy dokno, yaka na and cry dokno. If you want pepper for the side and chinam kakra ni jene kakra. Don't forget shito, don't forget mema wo and free shitono. Dokona ne meko, dakrobia wansa beka dokona ne meko. want you to love me. Choro me, baby. Kilo de, why you know to call me? Kilo de, baby. I'd give you sinking up, she know to see me up. I give you green light to die. I'm a kilo more, may not have fun more. I go shoot my shot to you, Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. You know you can call me later. Me, I want to be your side chick. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Talk to you final, Joro me, baby, yo. Sophie Wallace for me. You talk, say you like me. I've been all over bone. I'd give you sinking up. She know the Celia. I give you green light to die. I'm a kilo bubble. May not have fun warm. I go shoot my shot to you, Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. You know you can call me later. Me, I want to be your side chick. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Oh, baby, no big crime. Say that's I love you, love you, baby, oh. Yes, I love you, baby, oh. Oh, baby, tell me why you didn't your time. Just call me, baby, mine. Joro, baby, take my number. Oh, you know you can call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Kilo Shella Congo. Sincerely, mama. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Joro, baby, take my number. Oh, oh, oh. You know you can call me later. Me, I want to be a lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. All for you, baby, all for you. All for you, baby, all for you. I dare wet you, mama. I dare wet you, papa. I dare wet you, mama. All for you. I dare wet wait you, mama. I do wait you, papa. I do wait you, mama. All for you, all for you, baby, all for you, sweetie, all for you, baby, all for you, baby, all for you. I do wait you, mama. I do wait you, papa. I do wait you, mama. All for you. I do wait you, mama. I do wait you, papa. I do wait you, mama. All for you, baby, all for you, sweetie, all for you. All for you, baby, all for you, my baby, all for you. I did wait you, mama. I did wait you, papa. I did wait you, mama. All for you. I did wait you, mama. I did wait you, papa. I did wait you, mama. Oh, all for you, sweetie, all for you, my baby, all for you. in Kawabaya, in Kawabaya, da da, bita omale. Will I take away fair? In Kawabaya, in Kawabaya, in Kawabaya, da. I'm a bonsway, won't come on in team on to Mondo, Mirabe. I know boys on your swinging safari. I know boys on your swinging safari. I'm up on sway, won't come in team until Mondo, Joshua. Hello, boys, all you swinging safari. Hello, boys, all you swinging safari. Christine, and the Mayati come on, Meraba Christine, watching all day home. Bewe Christine, found Sabbath to make come on, now watching easy at the recompa baby. Bewe Christine, found Sabbath to make come on, now watching easy at the recompa baby. Christine, and the Mayati come on, Meraba Christine, watching all day humble. Mewe Christine, found Sabbath to me come on, now watching easy at the recompa baby. Mewe Christine, found Sabbath to me come on, now watching easy at the recompa baby. Samana po pepe tena achiwa nova wonyi mabo mufreta grade mi ya ho kumasia manyi me kwe mwasa bompa mo wasemti merebe yina oniro na wa arebe Makutumpo on phone behavior on border. Now, so many Pomodopia. No Makumocha, no, round about. Each remedy, I only Makumana cannot deny, baby. Our was up on Quano. Na so doti meti. Hey, in siwa frau no fa franta. Damara na wa frem yo. I want you to free ni baho into the middle. In siya da wana ko wan shramo. Awa open ni cha. No fit yo bia ya mano. Baby, So bury my thing in ninja. No free, opa sima 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 sima. Joshua. Move to grandi me a ho kumasia many me kwe masan oh way Mary banging on the hero now really Mechiria simo bebiara Mission opioid there all around border Ain't sweetie travel door na menga ho eni chepa baby Ennes is so bessie Awara na menoba call baby Ain't sugar travel down my foul dom boom 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 Hey ain't you a frau no for franta Damara na one fell for friend yo. I'll write you free near home into the middle of yeah. It's your door no cause you oh I won't bang any job. No fit your piano mano baby. So very moving any job. No free, oh, sima, sima, sima. Ain't in a message, show your love, oh, baby, show your love. Travel down, mama wanna dare, oh, do ya that you see her. Show your love, travel down, mama wanna dare, oh, do ya that you see her. Show your love, travel down, mama wanna dare, oh, do ya that. Oh, yeah, that you see, show your love, travel down. Mama wanna die. Oh, yeah, that's in her. Mo wasn't so mental some more no so mental make casa Mo was so mo wasn't so mental some more no so mental make casa Mo you aboa asombete mano between us sembona Mo you aboa asombete Mano became no assembly, and until one mommy can be, oh my breath, one mommy can be, one mommy can be, oh, Miss one mommy can be, one mommy can be, oh my bro. Mo was so mental mo no so mental make casa Mo was so mental mo no so mental make casa Men you are bewo so bete Mano became no sasamona and until one mommy can be oh my bro. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Amazing performance. I hope everyone is enjoying lunch. I'm Angela Ekuya Asante, aka Triple A, your MC for the day, and welcome to the second Ofab Day Celebrations here at La Palm Royal Beach Hotel in Accra, Ghana. Organized by the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, as we discuss the role of biotechnology in achieving Africa's Development Aspirations. This is a hybrid event as we are here in person and we also have participants joining via Zoom. So a warm welcome as well to the participants joining us via Zoom, and they have the opportunity to engage via the chat box. We are also live on YouTube at AATF channel. The hashtag is also Ofab Day 2022, and the handle is AATF Africa on Twitter. So why are we here and what is Ofab? Some of you might ask. Well, may I have your attention as the program has started? Thank you very much for those talking a little bit too loud. We hope that people can pay attention to this program. Thank you in advance for lowering your voice if you want to talk, so others can follow the program with no issues. Thank you. On this day in September 2018, on this day, September 28th, exactly 16 years ago, that is in 2006, Ofab was born. To the people at the table on the left, kindly lower your voice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Merci. On this day, September 28th, exactly 16 years ago, that is in 2006, Ofab was born. Ofab Ghana was initiated on the 18th of August 2011 and is a project that is set up by AATF to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology that will raise the understanding and appreciation of the technology and contribute to building an enabling environment for informed and timely decision-making. Ofab is hosted by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. AATF chose CSIR as the research institution in Ghana to partner with AATF in establishing Ofab Ghana to ensure that the critical mass of knowledge possessed by scientists on biotechnology is made available to policymakers and to the public. This is also because the CSIR has a large pool of breeders in Ghana and has over the years supported the project with its human resource and sites for research work. It is no surprise that we are opening today's Ofab Day Celebrations with Dr. Seth Manchiao. Just to put this in French, as we also have people joining on Zoom and maybe in this room who are francophones, bienvenue aux célébrations de la deuxième journée Ofab ici à l'hôtel La Palme Royal Beach à Accra, au Ghana, organisée par la Fondation agricole AATF, alors que nous discutons du rôle de la biotechnologie dans la réalisation des aspirations du développement de l'Afrique. Il s'agit donc d'un événement hybride car nous sommes ici en personne et nous sommes aussi rejoints par des participants sur Zoom qui auront également la possibilité de dialoguer avec nous en direct à travers la messagerie sur Zoom. Sur Twitter, vous pouvez suivre la conversation avec le hashtag OFABD 2022 et sur YouTube, vous pouvez nous regarder en live sur la page de l'AATF Afrique. Alors, pourquoi sommes-nous ici? Et certains d'entre vous pourraient se demander qu'est-ce qu'est Ofab? En fait, en ce jour, le 28 septembre, il y a exactement 16 ans, c'est-à-dire en 2006, l'Ofab est né. Ofab Ghana, initié le 18 août 2011, est un projet mis en place par l'AATF pour améliorer le partage des connaissances et la sensibilisation sur la biotechnologie agricole qui améliorera la compréhension et l'appréciation de la technologie et contribuera à créer un environnement propice à une prise de décision éclairée et rapide. L'Ofab est donc hébergé par le Conseil pour la recherche scientifique et industrielle, CSIR, et l'AATF a choisi cette organisation comme institution de recherche au Ghana pour s'associer à l'AATF dans la création de l'Ofab Ghana afin de garantir que la masse critique des connaissances détenues par les scientifiques sur la biotechnologie est mise à la disposition des décideurs politiques et du public. Il n'est donc pas surprenant aujourd'hui que nous aurons Dr. Seth Manchiao pour ouvrir ce programme. A round of applause for Dr. Seth Mantiao, the Director of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, for this opening remark.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so you realize that I'm stepping in the shoes of the Director General and the Acting Director General. Currently, our Director General is out of town, and we have appointed an Acting Director General. Unfortunately, another equally important event has taken the Acting Director General out of town, and he's asked me to step in his shoes. And I guess you agree with me, I need a very big feat to step in the shoes of these two important persons. And I hope with your help, I'll be able to do that. But the good news is that before leaving, the Director General prepared his speech for this important event. And I guess this is going to set the tone for what I'll call this historic event. So that makes my work much easier. I'm here to just read the speech by the Director General of the CSR, Professor Paul Bosu. And here I read. The rep of the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, the rep of the Director of the Savannah Agricultural Research Institute, the rep of the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, the Board Chair of the National Biosafety Authority, and the CEO of the National Biosafety Authority, foreign dignitaries present, members of Ofab Africa Online, ladies and gentlemen. CSR, as you all know, is the host of Ofab in Ghana, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second edition of this Ofab Day celebration in Ghana. On behalf of management of the CSR and on my own behalf, I wish to welcome you all to Ghana. The theme for today's event, the role of biotechnology in achieving Africa's development aspiration, in my opinion, is very thought-provoking. And for players and for partners in this space, we should constantly think of and remind ourselves of our role as we offer cutting-edge technologies to propel the development of our various countries. The African Agricultural Technology Foundation has been a good partner over the years. Not only have they collaborated with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research on the Ofab front, but they have also partnered CSR on the development of various biotech crops. And here, let me mention, notable among them, the pod borer resistance cowpea, and the nitrogen use efficiency, water use efficiency, and salt-tolerant rice, also called the newest rice. I must say that without the collaboration of AATF, CSR will not have a product that is almost ready for commercialization. And here, I am referring to the pod borer resistant cowpea. The AATF, knowing the importance of communication in developing biotech products and educating stakeholders on the technology, discussed and desired to have a Ghana chapter of Ofab. The CSR also knowing the role and the potential that biotechnology has for the development of Ghana, partnered with the AATF, and on 18th August 2011, established the Ofab in Ghana. Ofab, therefore, has, for the past 16 years, consistently and sustainably facilitated dialogues and conversations aimed at promoting the role of science, technology, and innovation, and particularly agricultural biotechnology towards a prosperous and food-secure Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research Ghana has hosted Ofab for the past 11 years. And since this partnership was established, Ofab has been the most viable platform which the Council has engaged with various stakeholders on the issue of biotechnology in the country. Ofab in Ghana has developed from a small project to be the pace setters in the discourse of biotechnology in Ghana and setting the news agenda for discussion. Similarly, Ofab has found innovative ways to engage with various stakeholders and to maintain a cordial relationship with stakeholders, bringing the achievements we have chalked so far. The Ofab Day event is another innovation that Ofab has brought to further deepen the relationship with its stakeholders and to ensure they continue to feel part of the Ofab family. Today's event, I hope, will let us take stock as partners and as an Ofab family as we celebrate our achievements and revitalize ourselves to rake in more achievements. It is my hope that the plenary discussion will leave us with ideas for discussion as we leave here. I am also reliably informed that today's Ofab intends to honor people who have worked in various ways to push the agenda of Ofab and to ensure that it realizes its mission. I fully support this initiative because our heroes should be acknowledged while they are alive and with us, and not when they are no more. I wish to congratulate all winners and entreat them to continue supporting the cause of biotechnology development and that of Ofab in their various countries. I call on AATF and its partners to continue to support the activities of Ofab and concentrate more resources on Ghana now that we are on the brink of commercializing a biotech product. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research Ghana will continue to play its parts in supporting the Ofab community in Ghana and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all once again to Ghana, and I wish you successful deliberations. And please enjoy the sight and scenes of Accra for those physically present here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seth Mantian. A round of applause again for him. Merci. Pour les francophones dans la salle et pour ceux qui nous suivent sur Zoom, on l'a entendu à l'instant, Dr. Seth Mantian qui a exprimé sa gratitude envers le partenariat du CSIR avec la ATF pour mener à bien l'initiative d'Ofab, ainsi que sa joie. Il a exprimé sa joie de pouvoir donner des accolades aux héros et aux héroïnes. Voilà. So a big round of applause again for Dr. Seth Mantian. And now we will go to the next session of this program. Next up, I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin, who is the Director, Program Development and Commercialization at AATF. Dr. Emmanuel is a well-trained scientist in plant breeding, genetics, and genomics with a background in agronomy and physiology. He has a tremendous experience spanning over 23 years working in and lending several research projects in cassava at both international agricultural research centers and national agricultural research institutes. Ensuite, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter le docteur Emmanuel Okogbenin, qui est directeur du développement et de la commercialisation des programmes à l'AATF. Le docteur Emmanuel est un scientifique bien formé en sélection végétale, en génétique et en génomique, avec une formation en agronomie et en physiologie. Il possède une expérience considérable de plus de 23 ans sur le manioc, en termes de recherche sur le manioc dans les centres internationaux de la recherche agricole et des instituts nationaux de la recherche agricole d'eux-mêmes. Je vous prie donc d'accueillir Emmanuel Okogbenin. Please give it up for Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin.
It's a great pleasure. It's a great pleasure to be with you all on this special day of Ofab. The executive director of AATF, whom I'm representing, could not be here due to some other official commitments, very pressing official commitments, and has asked me to represent him and to give his opening and welcoming remarks on this Ofab Day. I would like to start by acknowledging and recognizing the director of the Ministry for STI in Ghana. I would like also to recognize the rep of the CSIRDG. I also wish to recognize the rep of the SARI Institute based at Tamale, Ghana. I also wish to recognize the chair of the MBA, Ghana. I also would like to recognize the CEO of MBA Ghana. I acknowledge also the Director General of NABDA from Nigeria, and would like also to welcome the overall Ofab confraternity, as well as those who are joining us online. Dear colleagues and friends, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, depending on where you are. I wish to warmly welcome and congratulate you all as we celebrate the second Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology Day in Accra, Ghana. The theme for this year's event is the role of biotechnology in achieving Africa's development aspirations. You will agree with me that you couldn't have a better and apt theme for the second Ofab Day, which we are celebrating in Ghana. It was my wish to be with you today, but due to unavoidable circumstances, I'm not able to join you. That notwithstanding, allow me to welcome you to this year's Ofab Day in the beautiful and historical city of Accra with kind people and great hospitality. As we commemorate the second Ofab Day, I wish to reflect on our journey since the launch of the inaugural Ofab Day in Kenya on the same day, same month last year. Ofab Day is a significant day in the history of the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology. The event is dedicated to appreciating the role of biotechnology science in Africa's development agenda. On this occasion, we focus on celebrating a cross-section of actors who have contributed to the development, to the advancement rather, of agricultural biotechnology, whereas at the inaugural Ofab Day in Nairobi, we celebrated journalists. This year, we shall be taking time to honor individuals from Ofab countries who have championed agricultural technology in their normal lives. They championed biotechnology not because they had any personal gain, but solely because they believed in the potential of biotechnology in uplifting the livelihoods of people. Some are policymakers, scientists, and farmers. Through their example, we learn that each one of us in our areas of expertise and influence can do something to promote and champion the role of science in the development of Africa. And of course, you know, development in Africa is highly hinged on agriculture. Since the first debut of Ofab Day, we have noted various strides that Africa is making in biotechnology advancement. We take note that Nigeria has facilitated the commercialization of Tego maize and has also facilitated the regulation of Taylor maize. They are drought and insect-resistant technology. We also take this moment to also acknowledge Ghana, which has approved the PBR cowpea for environmental release. And we hope that the country will steer the process to ensure that the technology gets into the hands of smallholder farmers, and very soon as well. So this milestone means farmers will have a modern seed variety that will contribute to ensuring a food-secure and nutrition-secure Ghana. We take the moment to celebrate the expanded partnership with governments of Rwanda, Mozambique, and Malawi for opening doors as our new Ofab charters in Africa, bringing the total to 10 on the continent. Ofab promises to work hard in these countries, including other countries that have been members of Ofab. It will advocate for functional enabling environment for the commercialization of biotechnology. We propose to educate and sensitize more people on the benefits of biotechnology in agriculture. We will be collaborating more with different actors because AATF believes in working together with governments, private sectors, civil society groups, and other movements with a view to building a critical mass to support agricultural biotechnology in Africa. In the spirit of the words of Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if we want to go far, we go together." We want to expand our engagements and friendship far and wide at national, sub-regional, regional, and in Africa in general. Those of us meeting today in Accra have in several ways contributed to the development of biotechnology. Allow me to encourage you to continue to express your passion to aid the development of biotechnology in Africa. AATF believes that agricultural biotechnology has a role to contribute to the achievement of the Africa Agenda as espoused in the African Union Agenda 2063, the Malabo Declaration, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Ofab will continue to lead efforts to foster constructive dialogue between scientists, journalists, policymakers, the private sector, and the civil society regarding the potential of safe, effective, and affordable biotech crops to deliver significant benefits to the African farmer. We have noted a clear connection between enhanced stakeholders' knowledge, prosperity, and the adoption of best farming practices. We hope that Ofab will continue to contribute to the changing of people's knowledge, their attitudes and practices on agricultural biotechnology, which should lead to increased adoption of biotechnology solutions in the Ofab chapter countries and beyond. I know that just as African farmers are beginning to innovate, increase productivity, and drive unprecedented progress across economies, climate change is a constant threat to the agricultural sector. Ofab should steer conversation on how agricultural biotechnology can be a solution to reduce emissions and improve resilience from adverse impacts of climate change. Climate change may be a new frontier to Ofab, but it's not less an important element worth our attention in this area. Finally, I'm glad to see the presence of the eminent Africans who will be celebrated as biotechnology heroes and heroines from Ofab member countries today. I also acknowledge the presence of high-level officials from Ghana, the media councils, science, and the technology directorates, as well as reps and director generals of the organizations and other partners that we've been working with. We shall commemorate this important day together in the agricultural biotechnology calendar. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I wish again to welcome you all to the second Ofab Day celebration, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okogbenin, for stepping in with this address for the francophones in the room and for those following us on Zoom. A quick summary, juste un petit sommaire pour faire le point sur le discours qu'il a prononcé et dans lequel il parle en fait du développement en Afrique et comment cela dépend fortement du secteur agricole. Il est aussi très content des partenariats avec le gouvernement du Rwanda ou du Malawi, par exemple, sur cette avancée pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire au Ghana et en Afrique. Dr Emmanuel Okogbenin remercie l'AATF pour son soutien au progrès de la biotechnologie et espère que la célébration aujourd'hui de la journée Ofab rappellera aux populations d'adopter la biotechnologie dans le but de réduire le changement climatique. On this note, let me just bring Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko on stage. He's an accomplished rural development specialist, a campaigner and advocate with over 10 years of working with communities on climate adaptation and mitigation and influencing global, regional, and national policy and practice on climate change and sustainable socio-economic development. Give a round of applause for Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko.
Good afternoon. Allow me to start by recognizing and appreciating the most important people that have graced this occasion this afternoon. And for some of you, it's a morning. I recognize the representative of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. Kimani Kwason. I also want to recognize and appreciate the presence of the chair of the NBMA, Professor Charles Bosieko. Allow me also to recognize and appreciate the presence of the DG, the representative of the DG of CSR, Dr. Seth Mantiao. Allow me again to also recognize the presence of the DG for NABDA, all the way from Abuja, Nigeria, Professor Mustafa. Allow me to also recognize and appreciate the presence of the media, very important, and also all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to provide a rationale of why we have Ofab Day. Ofab Day was conceptualized to celebrate the strides towards science, technology, and innovation as an important piece in the development of Africa. Recognizing that the journey towards the full integration of science and technology and innovation will be hard, sometimes slow, and tiring, like a pilgrim on the mission to the celestial city, we will with one hand wipe our sweat and tears away, while with the other firmly hold on the deck. We recognize that we don't need to be discouraged by setbacks, big or small, because going back on science and technology is not an option. Ofab Day therefore comes in to celebrate science, technology, and innovation because we firmly believe that these are the hallmarks for the present and future development of Africa. STI plays an important and fundamental role in wealth creation, improvement of the quality of life, economic growth, and transformation of our society. For any country or continent where significant development has been recorded, one common element cuts across all of them. They have made science, technology, and innovation extremely central to their agenda. Investment in science and technology will make our youth in the continent ready for the future. While others have said that the future belongs to the prepared, I dare say we must be prepared technologically. Science, technology, and innovation will keep our youth with a lot of creativity and open up to sustainable opportunities for self-employment. Many developed and advanced countries have progressed against the background of intensive investment in science. For instance, we know Europe benefited a lot from Industrial Revolution. The United States has graduated from the agrarian economy to industrial economy on the background of science, technology, and innovation. The same can be said of the fast-rising economies such as Taiwan, Korea, India, and others. One common denominator to all these economies is that they have embraced technology, and Africa needs to follow suit. Unfortunately, for most developing countries, Science, technology, and innovation investment is usually viewed as a luxury or at best an option. By not investing in science, technology, and innovation, what most developing countries don't realize is that they are pushing away their development milestones. Science, technology, and innovation is good for nation building. If there's anything that COVID-19 has taught us as Africans, is that we can no longer regard science, technology, and innovation as a sideshow. The interface between technology advancement and healthier lives became extremely apparent when, despite all our best brains, some of them in this room, we could not produce our own vaccines. It was sad to note at that moment that the whole continent suffered a vaccine apartheid, not because we do not have the best brains, but prior to the pandemic, we did not take time to invest in science and technology. In agriculture, science, technology, and innovation have enabled increased productivity, leading to low food prices, while also incentivizing industrial development through value chain development. Improved breeding techniques have led to better seeds and farming methods that are sustainable while also increasing yields. Science has a huge potential to address accelerating instances of pests and diseases, post-harvest losses, and enhance nutrition of various crops whose mineral content is decreasing due to the adverse impacts of climate change. It is no surprise, ladies and gentlemen, that the most technologically advanced countries have also kissed goodbye to hunger and malnutrition because they have high-yielding technologies and climate-resilient technologies. Allow me, therefore, to submit that science, technology, and innovation must be regarded as a public good. Science is not just a good to have. Science is a must-have for any government that passionately wants to improve the lives of its people. Whether we develop or not will largely depend on how much investment we are making in science, technology, and innovation. The pervasive and economy-wide benefits of science, technology, and innovation is what motivated Ofab to celebrate each and every achievement in science and technology that is happening in the continent. Whether big or small, we believe that these achievements are adding up to the overall progress that the continent is making in that regard. The decision by the NBMA to approve the PBR copy for environmental release in Ghana is a great milestone for the country. We hope that other technologies can leverage on this milestone to ensure that other technologies follow suit very soon. We therefore take this moment to acknowledge the role of the researchers who have spent an uncountable number of hours to develop the technology to where it is today. We recognize the role of policymakers for listening to the scientists that technology has a place in the socio-economic development of Ghana. In addition, we want to appreciate farmers for allowing us to be able to research and indeed allowing your views to go into the development of the technology. We hope that soon we can bring this technology into your hands and together we can improve our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, we therefore today come to Accra, Ghana, to celebrate together with other different countries what Ghana has just done. We use this event to pass the message of hope and friendship to scientists, stakeholders, and governments. Ofab is a friend to science. Ofab is a friend to scientists. At such events, we interface with policymakers to consider investment in science, technology, and innovation as an important element in the socio-economic development of their respective countries. We therefore want to assure farmers that the Ofab that they remain an important partner to the Ofab business, and we commit our allegiance and partnership with them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for coming to Greater Accra, and enjoy the Ofab 2022 Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko, on your address, which for the Francophones in this room and also for those joining us via Zoom was basically, il a parlé de l'importance de la science et de la technologie qui a été amplifiée en Afrique pendant le Covid par rapport au fait que les Africains ont peiné à créer leur propre vaccin. Et il pense aussi que la science n'est pas un outil optionnel, mais que c'est un outil indispensable et dont le progrès se définit par le montant des investissements qui y sont infusés. Et nous allons finir sur son mot de la fin qui disait que l'Ofab est un ami des scientifiques. Well, on this note, I would like to call back the musicians on stage for a short musical interlude. We will be back very shortly, in just about 15 minutes. We are currently well on time with the program, so let me just call back the music team on stage to delight us with a little bit. And you might stretch if you want, refresh yourselves. We will be back shortly with a very important announcement by Dr. Seth Mantiao, and then we will have a panel conversation with Mr. Kwamina Quason from the ministry, so do stay tuned. My name is Angela Ekuya Asanti, aka Triple A. I'm your MC for the day. Wow, an absolute fabulous performance, traditional performance. Give a round of applause to them. Louder, louder, so they can hear it from the outside the room. Amazing, guys. So the program continues now, and I have the pleasure to welcome back on stage Dr. Seth Mantiao, who will be inviting a very important personality for a keynote address on biotechnology development in Ghana, strides, opportunities, and challenges. Give a round of applause again for Dr. Seth Mantiao for this special announcement.
So thank you once again. So we have been talking about the fact that there is only one option that we can use to make our food system in Africa more resilient. The only option we can make actors in our commodity value chain more efficient, we can make them more competitive, and we can make their activities more sustainable. And that's only one option, is to integrate science, technology, and innovation in our food system. Thankfully, we have here the man I would describe as the pillar when it comes to STI at the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. You know, the way we say in Ghanaian parlance, he's a very big man. And no wonder that is why he has the feet to step in the shoes of the minister. He's not only a big man, but he's also my boss. Because at the CSR, we report to the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have the honor and pleasure to invite on stage the director of the STI at the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation in the person of Mr. Kwabena Kwesin. He's here to represent the Minister of Environment, Science, and Technology and to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seth Mantiao. Mr. Chairman, Director, Product Development and Commercialization, Dr. Emmanuel Okuk-Benin, Ofab Project Manager, Vitumbiko Chinoko, the Board Chair of the National Biosafety Authority, Professor Enchibu Isiakun, the rep of the Executive Director, AATF, Dr. Francis Onyakechi, the Director of CSIR Insti, Dr. Seth Mantiao, who is incidentally representing the Acting Director General in the person of Dr. Professor Achenebwana, who is the Director for the Water Research Institute of CSIR, the representative of CSIR SARI, Dr. Joseph Ejabeng, foreign dignitaries here present, members of Ofab Africa Online, also known as Ofabians, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to present on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, in the person of Dr. Kweku Efriye, who doubles as the Member of Parliament for Sefi constituency in the Western North region of Ghana. On his behalf, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the keynote address for the occasion. I have taken a keen interest in the activities of Ofab, and I'm glad to be part of this second edition of Ofab Day Celebration in Ghana. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I'd like to welcome you once again to Ghana. The President has already set an agenda to place science, technology, and innovation at the center of our socioeconomic transformation. This places a huge responsibility on the scientific community to actualize the agenda. Today, I am speaking on the subject which happens to be the theme of the occasion, biotechnology development in Ghana, strides, opportunities, and challenges. I'd like to speak first about the challenges and go on to tackle the strides and then conclude with the opportunities for us in Ghana and Africa at large. As with every new technology and any new phenomenon, it is no news when it meets resistance and even rejection, especially from the beginning. This is what we have been experiencing for some time now, but change, they say, is a constant in life. Research shows that with the provision of more scientific information on the technology to the non-scientific communities, including policymakers and farmers, resistance to the technology is changing for the better. Biotechnology is one of the frontier technologies, transforming various societies and economies in the world. Suffice to say, the application of biotechnology in medicine and pharmaceuticals led to the discovery and development of COVID-19 vaccines in a record time the world has never witnessed. Biotechnology, just like blockchain, nanotechnology, and other frontier technologies, are relatively new scientific applications. In most cases, these technologies have been met with a lot of resistance in Ghana due to the lack of understanding or misinformation about the technology in the public. The biggest challenge in the development and progress of biotechnology in Ghana, which may hold for other African nations, is the knowledge gap between promoters of the technology and the public, who are the end users of the biotech product. The information flow from scientists to the general public has been the biggest challenge in the adoption of biotechnology. This is very much understandable given that these days and times, everyone is talking about knowledge co-production than knowledge transfer, the latter of which assumes knowledge gaps. This brings into focus the need for constant involvement of the public and scientists in the development of technologies through advocacy and continuous public education and awareness. Emphasizing the last statement as a solution to the present challenge is critical and a need in technology development and promotion. In all these terms, Ghana, I can say, has made remarkable strides over the years in the development and promotion of biotechnology, in the research and development of biotechnology products. In Ghana, CSIR has since 2010 been working on biotechnology research and development of products. Notable in the development of biotechnology products by the CSIR is the pot borer resistant cowpea and the nitrogen use efficiency, water use efficiency, and salt tolerant rice, also called the newest rice. Another milestone which is also important and needs to be recognized is the solid legal framework for biotech development in the country. Ghana can now boast of a good and working Biosafety Act with the legislative instrument to operationalize it. By dint of hard work, the National Biosafety Authority, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and other institutions under the ministry have ironed out issues on the pod borer resistant cowpea. And today we can say that the pod borer resistant cowpea has received environmental approval. I'm also reliably informed that field multi-locational trials in the north have started in earnest under the supervision of the CSIRL Savannah Agricultural Research Institute, SARI. These strides in the development of biotechnology products or events in the country cannot be mentioned without acknowledging the effort of Ofab Ghana and its partners. From the quiet of my office, I have monitored the activities of Ofab Ghana since they paid a courtesy call on me when I first moved into office as a minister. Ofab, through their workshops and meetings with various stakeholders, from parliamentarians to the regulatory agencies, farmers, students, and the general public, have put in great efforts to push for the development of biotechnology products in Ghana thus far. The ministry is contributing to public education by making available a virtual platform to help in public engagement. This platform is used by the departments and agencies under the ministry to interact with and educate the public. Also, the ministry has played its part in supporting its institutions and agencies with budgetary support to carry out its programs. Biotechnology in agriculture has a lot of potential and opportunities to propel this country and Africa to a food-secure continent. Biotechnology in agriculture has what it takes to enhance crops, giving them the capacity to fight diseases and destructive insect pests. It has the capacity to help reduce environmental pollution and allow farmers to produce more food on relatively small lands. The pod borer resistant cowpea variety that has received environmental approval has the potential to control the Maruca pest that can destroy up to 80% of cowpea farm. This cowpea variety also reduces the need for spraying the cowpea farm by 75%, which is a lot of saving for the farmer. Biotechnology undoubtedly has the potential to improve the income of farmers, open career opportunities for students in biotechnology, molecular biology, and the sciences in general, improve our food security status, and reduce the use of chemicals in our food chain. The future of our agricultural development will be a factor of efficiency, and biotechnology is a viable tool in giving us this efficiency in crop production. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'll call on all and sundry to embrace biotechnology and its applications in agriculture and other fields. I would entreat people with reservations to engage the promoter constructively to understand and seek clarification, if any, but not to bastardize the technology. I would encourage all partners here to continue to strive to help develop the biotech landscape in Ghana and Africa as a whole. Let me restate that the ministry will continue to lend its support to AATF, Ofab, and CSR. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for the attention.
Blockchain, la biotechnologie est relativement nouvelle et le ministre a également noté la résistance du Ghana contre l'adoption de la biotechnologie en citant le manque de compréhension sur le sujet. Il s'est aussi prononcé sur le fait que le gouvernement continuera de supporter la CSIR, l'AATF et Ofab Ghana. Well, now it's time for us to go onto our plenary session, which will discuss the topic of our keynote address that we just heard a few seconds ago. Unfortunately, the minister will not be part of it as he has other engagements. So I shall call on stage our moderator, Professor Kenneth Danso, former director at GAEC BNARI. Please come on stage. A round of applause for our moderator. Car il est dorénavant temps de rebondir sur le discours liminaire de M. Kwamina Kwesson et on a donc avec nous le professeur Kenneth Danso qui va donc modérer cette session. Kindly take a seat just behind me. Thank you. I'm going to call on stage Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin again, director at AATF, to join the panel right now. Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin. A round of applause for him. We heard him before with a speech to open this event, and I'm sure we're going to hear more from him as he engages in the panel conversations. You mind please join the stage from here? Oh, that's fine as well. The next person I'm going to call on stage is Professor Charles Entwi-Bosiakun, the chair of NBA Ghana. A round of applause for Professor Charles. Our other speakers on stage and sit right next to Dr. Emmanuel. The fourth speaker that we have is Mugo Magondu, the chair from Sobifac, as a cotton farmer. So a round of applause for Mugo Magondu, who is also on the panel and who will be sharing his thoughts on biotechnology, the challenges, the opportunities, and what it's really about. And finally, we also have in our midst Professor Mustafa Abdullahi, the Director General from NABDA in Nigeria. A round of applause for Professor Mustafa Abdullahi, who completes our panel for the day, which will be moderated by Professor Kenneth Danso. So a note to the professor, you will have, and the speakers, you will have roughly 20 minutes, and I know the time is really short, and we wish we could have a whole hour to discuss, but we will have to do it in about 20 minutes, and then give the floor for 5 minutes to the people in the room, as well as to those on Zoom who will be joining us. For the people on Zoom as well, especially the francophones, if you have questions in French, just send them out. We will be reading them and translating them for the people here as well. Donc, pour ceux qui nous rejoignent sur Zoom, si vous avez des questions en français, allez-y, posez-les. Moi, je vais les traduire pour vous et puis on pourra les poser à nos intervenants qui auront 5 minutes pour vous répondre. Donc cette discussion prendra 20 minutes. Je laisse maintenant la parole au professeur Kenneth Danso. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Okay, then I need a mic. Yeah. Thank you very much, MC. I think we have been discussing the topic biotechnology development in Ghana, strides, opportunities, and challenges. And I think the message has gone down well with most of our people we are working for. But sometimes too, they have some questions they would like to ask because they find it difficult understanding the technology. So in my hands here are a few questions for you guys, just to explain some of the technologies, the challenges we are going through. So I'll first of all read the questions, and each question goes to a specific speaker. The first one goes to the rep of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Information. Ghana, the question is, Ghana has recently approved PBR cowpea for environmental release because of a good and enabling environment. Can you describe to us the hallmarks of government of Ghana's STI policy that facilitated the release of the PBR cowpea for environmental release? The second question goes to Dr. Okubenin, Director, AATF. PBR cowpea is one of the technologies that AATF has successfully facilitated in Nigeria and Ghana. What other technologies are you promoting in West Africa that Ghana can further benefit from? And what is the AATF business model? The third question goes to Professor Charles Antwibu Esiako, Chair of NBA Ghana. You are the chair of the National Biosafety Authority, NBA in Ghana. Your organization went through the approval of biotech food crops for the first time in the history of Ghana. Walk us through the experience and offer us lessons as will be applicable. The fourth question goes to Mr. Mustafa Abdullahi, Director General, NABDA, Nigeria. Your organization led the process of deregulating PBR cowpea. As we speak, farmers are growing PBR cowpea, and the food crop is now on the menus of households in Nigeria. What advice can you offer to Ghana as it has embarked on a similar process? And finally, to Mr. Mugo Magundu, Chair, Sobifac, BT Cotton Farmer. Kenya is one of the most progressive countries in biotechnology, and we are privileged to have you as a farmer who is growing BT cotton. You are also a chair of Society for Biotechnology Farmers in Kenya, Sobifac. Can you speak to scientists here on the needs of farmers in the current farmer and agricultural systems in Africa? What are your experiences with BT cotton in Kenya that you think can help any country that is promoting BT technologies? So these are the questions, and I believe you are waiting for your response. Well, okay. I don't think there's any other following. So if anyone who is prepared to answer his question will have to, so randomly,
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. As I said, my name is Professor Abdullahi Mustafa. I'm the Director General, National Biotechnology Development Agency in Nigeria. We flew in from Nigeria to support, to show our solidarity to Ghanaian counterpart. Some months back, the Ghanaian team were in Nigeria, and they have been to Nigeria. They have seen the success that we have achieved in Nigeria. First of all, I would like to start by saying that scientifically we have to make an analysis as to what advantage is the PBR cowpea, that is the beans popularly called in Nigeria. The advantages are so many, and I will list some few, and that is what I want our counterpart in Ghana to note. First of all, you need to know that PBR cowpea in Nigeria is a major staple food. It's food that is very, very important in terms of nutrition and fighting hunger. And so also I notice here in Accra, in Ghana, which means we have similarity. We grow these beans, and I was getting my breakfast, I saw beans. I was getting lunch, I saw beans, so which means this is a major staple food in the country. So we have, I was discussing with the president of All Farmers Association of Nigeria just beside me, he's here. And he was telling me that the first thing that encouraged them as farmers is the enlightenment between the scientists and the farmers. And we have found that there is a deficit of almost 500,000 metric tons of beans in the country, which means we are short of that quantity. How do we fill in that to fight hunger and to fight malnutrition? So that is one advantage, and we enlighten them and they quickly embrace it. Secondly, we have shown them the advantage of this PBR cowpea. You know, is a leguminous crop. It uses this nitrogen atmosphere to absorb and give fertility to the soil. And if this PBR cowpea is being used, you know, the normal cowpea, you have to spray about 78 times of insecticide. And if you spray, you are going to kill the fungi and the microorganism around there. And it's not good for the beans. The beans cannot restore the quality of the soil because you need those microorganisms to fix the nitrogen and make the soil fertile. So if you continue to spray time after time after time, there will be a time that you kill all the microorganisms around there. Indirectly, you want to try to kill the pod borer, but unfortunately, you are killing the microorganisms that help in restoring the soil. And that is why we always have a problem that we keep on applying fertilizer, but unfortunately, the fertilizer couldn't work alone. You need that nitrogen-fixing bacteria and the microorganism to revitalize the soil. That we noted, we enlightened the farmers, and they knew that it is not good to be spraying. And these beans, you can, when we brought it to them, we showed them that you can only spray either once or twice per season. And look at the amount of money that the country is saving by not importing that quantity of the chemical that you can use for spraying on the soil. Apart from killing the microorganism, you are wasting your money to import those chemicals to spray. And imagine you need at least 2.5 liters of that chemical per hectare. And how many times? Look at the quantity of money. So we engage the farmers and we enlighten them. And we give them a trial time after time. And they have seen the advantage. And two, we took the campaign to each and every community to tell them the advantages of these PBR cowpea. And which people realize that there are so many advantages that they can reap from this. Again, a farmer wants to make profit because also this is a cash crop. If you plant and you have loss because of that insect, and when you spray, you depleted your soil. That is the soil quality. So there is two problems that either you spray, you kill the microorganism, or you leave it, then you are not going to make profit. In either ways, the farmers lost. And they lost hope. With this, we enlighten them that, okay, let them try this. And we give them the hope by giving it to the farmers. And at the end of the day, they were the one that were calling, how are we going to get this seed? Because we already commercialized them. We enlighten the legislators, we enlighten the civil society, we enlighten traditional rulers, we enlighten the community. The farmers are in the forefront for this enlightenment. And that is what we did exactly. And before you know it, everybody embraced it. It is for people to accept this technology, and then it is for them to start using the technology. So when you keep on enlightening them, giving them the advantages, they will come to realize that there is no option but to embrace the technology. And we tell them that this is, technology is very safe, because I know definitely a lot of people, most especially those people that sell the chemicals, they know that there is a problem when their chemicals are not being bought by the farmers. They are losing. So they start to fight. But we tell them that you either choose to patronize those people that will make your soil unproductive, or you use the technology that will restore your soil, the technology that will save you costs, the technology that will give you high yield, and more money will come into your pocket. So by that, we have conquered the whole community, and the community are now very happy with this technology, with the cowpea. And that is what we did, to be honest with you, and that is what have given us a very good advantage in deregulating and in commercializing the PBR cowpea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. So, yeah. Go ahead.
The organizers of this Science Ofab Day celebration, AATF, and the CSIR host in Ghana, honorable guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Magodu, a small-scale cotton and maize farmer. I grow cotton for food security, and maize as staple food crop, because in Kenya you cannot do without ugali or maize meal. Before, we used to have conventional cotton, which was badly attacked by cotton bollworms, and if you failed to spray for over 12 times in a season, you could either get nothing or very poor harvest. Come to maize, the conventional maize that we are now growing. It is attacked right at the germination by the fall armyworm, followed by a disease called maize necrosis, followed by maize stem borers, drought, and finally, the storage pests. Those were the challenges that we were facing. I'm also the chair of SOMBIFAC. SOMBIFAC is Society for Biotechnology Farming of Kenya. And I'm saying I have a reason to celebrate this Ofab Science Day, because if it was not because of Ofab Kenya chapter, Magod could not be here. If I may give you a short story, SOMBIFAC advocates for incorporation of modern agricultural biotechnology tools, including genetically modified crops, with a aim of increasing production and protecting farmers' yield. We have farmers and farmer leaders over 1,000 across 24 cotton growing counties in the Republic of Kenya, and farmers and farmer leaders growing other food crops in the Republic of Kenya. We engage with scientists, media, policymakers, youth and women in a concerted effort to achieve a smooth transition of biotech crop from research to product. We want to see Kenya being food, feed, and fiber secure. Now, if I may give you the reason why I'm celebrating this Ofab Science Day is that it was on 28th April 2017 when Ofab Kenya chapter invited farmers from different regions in the country in a workshop. In the same workshop, there were scientists from different institutions of Republic of Kenya. In that workshop, when these scientists came to lecture to the farmers, that was the first time we came to hear about crops with inbuilt mechanism which protects the crop.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mugo. Maybe you can run up your answer to the question.
Yes.
We have a minute to run up, please.
Okay, thank you. Because of the time, let me not go there. Now, here is the question. Kenya is one of the most progressive countries in biotechnology, and we are privileged to have you as a farmer who is growing BT cotton. You are also chair of Society for Biotechnology Farmers of Kenya, SOBIFAC. Can you speak to scientists in the room on the needs of farmers in the current farmers and agricultural system? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's solution is in the hands of African scientists. Why? These African scientists, they are sons and daughters of Africa. They are mothers and fathers of Africa. They were born in Africa and brought up in Africa, meaning that they understand the climate better than any other foreigner. Being on that point, ladies and gentlemen, we as farmers, we trust these scientists because a mother and a father scientist cannot develop a crop that will produce poison and give it to the children. The other point is, these daughters and sons of Africa cannot develop a crop and give it to
I think you can
their
wrap
fathers.
up now.
Yes, just one. Finally, I would like to tell our scientists, please, I know you are busy on the gene editing. Please restore our African staple foods, that is bananas, sorghum, sweet potatoes, cassava, millet, among many others. These crops doesn't need a lot of water. They will make our Africa to be food secure, and farmers of this country will be beneficial, will benefit. The other point is that if I come on the side of cotton, the BT cotton that we are growing it is the best because it is never attacked by the cotton bollworm.
Okay.
But still, the scientist has got a lot of work to do because of the climate change.
Thank you very much. I think you've answered the question enough. You have actually dealt with the question. So thank you very much. Let me read I'll read the first question again, and I understand Ms. Jeremy Naboni will respond to that question. Ghana has recently approved PBR for environmental release because of a good enabling environment. Can you describe to us the hallmarks of government of Ghana's STI policy that facilitated the release of the PBR for environmental release? Thank you very much. So, Jeremy Naboni, if you are here, get ready. You have to respond to that question. Any one of you can go on. Yes. The next question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, moderator. Yeah. So I was asked to talk about other technologies AATF is promoting in West Africa. We have many technologies we are testing in West Africa and in other parts of Africa. The first one will be the newest rice. It's a rice that we are testing for nutrient use efficiency, water use efficiency, and salt tolerance. And you know, we have issues regarding resource usage on farmers' field. So that's a product that it's a product that we are developing through genetic engineering. Another one is hybrid rice. We don't have hybrid rice in Africa until AATF came on board. Africa owns that technology, basically, because AATF facilitated access to useful germplasm we are using to do. So hybrid rice, we are having yields of over 10 tons in rice. We also have maize. It's drought-tolerant maize. We call them Tego. We are already disseminating that through TAT program of the African Development Bank. I think Ghana can benefit from that. We also have Tela we are developing. That is GM. Tego is conventional. So we create options for farmers. Another one we are also doing is what you call bio-based products. We're using biorefinery and pyrolysis to develop bio-based products. Now, some of the products, what we do is that you can have biochar. You can convert some waste, like cassava waste. You can convert them to useful products that can be used in the livestock industry. That's also available. And of course, biochar is one of them. Biochar can be used for soil nutrients. It's also very good and also for fuels. And then we're also promoting mechanization. So it's asked again, what is AATF business model? I would like to tell you that technology, the PBR technology, is demand-driven, and also it's targeted for commercial agriculture. So we promote best business practices. And one of the things we do is that we have a value chain-based approach, highly integrated value chain approach, where we try to let you know that the farmer needs to be supported by other key players. The distributor, the agri-input dealers, the marketers, the processors, all of them are key. And we want to create a functional value chain. And we brand our products. This because we have trust and confidence. We want people who deal in our products to have high confidence in the quality of our products. And so we do branding, we do sub-licensing. We can't just give you the license to do and produce seeds because we want value for money. We want farmers to get value for money. So that is also very, very crucial. And in our value chain approach, we want to make sure that demand chain actually work efficiently with supply chain. We don't want a situation where our products are sitting on the shelf. So we try to ensure that seed companies, we have those who are producing foundation seeds, certified seeds. They need to understand the demands of the farmers. We do that. And of course, we are supporting that with other things like good policies, digital tools or digital tools to connect markets, together, and we are also trying to develop improved markets by understanding the needs around the technologies on the continent. So I will just I will just stop there so that I don't take further time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, AATL, for what you are doing for Africa. So maybe we'll take from Professor Charles entry, then Jeremy will follow. Your question is, you are the chair of the National Biosafety Authority, NBA, in Ghana. Your organization went through the approval of biotech food crop for the first time in the history of the country. Walk us through the experience and offer us lessons as will be applicable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I observe all protocols. NBA is a regulator, and the Act 381/2011 says that nobody should introduce any GM crop into the country without the expressed approval from the National Biosafety Authority. So we work within that framework. Now, the process and the approval, good. From all the three speakers have said, if you have anything to introduce, one, you apply to NBA. So after the submission of the application, what NBA does is that we make sure that you've answered every question that we want from you. Because these questions are the ingredients which will make the board authority either accept or reject whatever you want to introduce. And here I will express our greatest gratitude to ATF. Prof and his team invited us to go and then look at what they have done, the processes that they went through for the approval of the cowpea. From the 4th of April to the 8th of April, we were there. And we were comparing those regarding the processes that they went through and the process that we also went through for the approval. So when the forms are completed, what NBA does is that all the extra things that we require from them and any missing information, NBA will request from the applicant or the applicants. When everything is ready, then we publish the application for public to comment on. And when the public is looking at the dossier, we have what we call the Technical Advisory Committee. Our Technical Advisory Committee will go for risk assessment at the area where the processes are taking place. So here we sent our team to Tamale about 3-4 times. They went to find out or to make sure that whatever they are working on doesn't get introduced into the environment. Are the barriers well prepared? Is there any contact between whatever they are doing, the GM plant, and then the environment? Is the fencing done well? So all these things are taken into consideration. After that, after the risk assessment by TAC, TAC would then come and then feed the NBA authority, the authority with information. The board will sit down, and then we also go for what we call socio-economic consideration regarding the release. We allow the public to know whatever is going, because you are dealing with the public. You are coming to introduce the plant or whatever into the community. So make sure that they also get a feel of whatever is going on. And then the comments. We take the comments very, very seriously. Now with the CAPI, there were about 2,043 responses. Now, only 2 dissented. It means about 2,041 of the respondents all agreed to the approval of the cowpea. So the board will sit down again and consider tax report and then the socio-economic responses. Now, all these things are fed into the approval system. Now, if the application excels, this will lead to the approval. If the application doesn't go well with us, whatever went wrong, we also respond back to the plant breeders here, the Tamale people, where they were, where the processes were going on. So, since they went through all these processes correctly, we had no objection, because we compared our nose, we compared the nose that the Nigerians had and what we also went to observe, and we made sure that we were on the right track. So the approval was made, and
Please, be prepared to run up.
Okay. The last comment. All potential applicants should take note of this, that the NBA as regulators are well equipped to make decisions on all different types of items that are genetically engineered, and we want them to come into the country. Do not be afraid. Our application form is very friendly. So our doors are open. You can come to us always, and we will liaise with you. We are regulators. We are not autocratic. We are dealing with the community for biosafety. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much for this exciting conversation. For the French speakers in the room, let me just summarize quickly. Donc, on a entendu le professeur Mustapha Abdoulaye du Nigeria qui a parlé du Niébé PBR au Nigeria, qui est une source majeure de nourriture. Ce qui encourage les agriculteurs, c'est l'éclaircissement entre les scientifiques et les agriculteurs. Il y a en ce moment un déficit de 500 000 tonnes métriques au Nigeria pour ce produit. Et c'est là que la biotechnologie peut intervenir pour éviter la pénurie alimentaire dans le pays. Le Niébé PBR utilise de l'azote pour fonctionner. Et normalement, ça nécessite 78 fois la quantité de pesticides, ce qui provoque des problèmes d'infertilité, des heures supplémentaires du sol étant très coûteuses, car 2,5 litres de pesticides sont nécessaires par hectare. Donc à la fin, c'est une double perte pour les agriculteurs qui non seulement perdent de l'argent mais en raison de mauvaises récoltes, mais aussi endommagent également leur sol pour l'agriculture future. On a aussi entendu le président de Sobifac, producteur de coton BT, Mugo Magondou, et nous le remercions énormément pour avoir souligné le fait que les solutions agricoles africaines ne peuvent seulement être les solutions peuvent seulement être apportées par les scientifiques et les agriculteurs africains. Nous apprécions donc votre analogie aussi sur la façon dont une mère n'empoisonnerait jamais ses propres enfants, et vous encouragez d'ailleurs la production d'aliments de base qui nécessitent peu d'eau, tels que les bananes, le sorghum, le manioc, le millet, etc. Et presque pour finir, je veux dire aussi, on avait le docteur Emmanuel Okok-Benin, directeur de l'AATF, qui a parlé du New West Rice et du riz hybride. En ce moment, l'Afrique possède la technologie du riz hybride grâce au soutien de l'AATF, mais le maïs tolérant à la sécheresse, parmi une poignée d'autres produits, comme ceux qui convertissent les déchets de manioc pour les transformer pour d'autres cas d'utilisation comme le carburant, etc. Vous avez aussi noté que les agriculteurs doivent être soutenus par d'autres intervenants clés, les commerçants, les régulateurs, les distributeurs, tout le reste. Et vous avez aussi mis l'accent sur l'objectif de l'AATF pour offrir aux agriculteurs un bon rapport qualité-prix via de bonnes politiques et la connexion des marchés. Et pour finir, voilà, le professeur Charles Antwi Bossiakon, le président de la NBA au Ghana, qui merci d'avoir expliqué le processus suivi par les produits, voilà, pour confirmer que les produits sont de qualité assez bonne pour être consommés en toute sécurité. Merci beaucoup. Maintenant, on peut prendre les questions. Thank you very much. We can take questions.
Well, if the answers given are not clear, or if we want to find some clarification, the panelists are still there. You can ask the question, please. 1 or 2, 3 questions, then we are done. No more questions? Yeah, please come forward. Or, okay, you can be there and they'll bring the mic to you. Yes, who else? We have a few minutes to do this exercise. So. Okay, please go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dr. Charles Afriye Debra from Crop Research Institute, Kumasi. My question goes to Dr. Mustafa. I think you made mention of the impact of the several spraying on the soil and the microorganisms that serves as a catalyst for the conversion of nitrogen to its better use by the cowpea. But there's something that you didn't make mention of, the beneficial insects, the impact of the several spraying on beneficial insects that helps in pollination. Can you please address that?
I was referring to the microorganism in the soil, and then I was talking about the advantage of not spraying the chemicals on them. And I was saying that the insect also that are around, you know, some of the insects are very, very important in the ecosystem. And by you targeting only one insect, which is maruca, and then you kill all other insects, that is another disadvantage. So in the ecosystem, you are destabilizing the ecosystem completely, instead of you to just tackle one problem like that. You now compound the problem. Upon compounding the problem, you destabilize the ecosystem, you destroy the soil, you destroy the environment, you destroy everything, you lost everything. And that is why the technology is very important, by tackling specific target. And that is why biotechnology, modern name now, is now precision technology, which means you targeted particular interest, and then you address that interest specifically without damaging any other things. That is, I think, what you wanted me to elaborate on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Your name and your institute, and maybe then you go on with your question, where you are coming from. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is King David Amwa, the president of the Farmers Organization Network in Ghana, and then also collaborating with Ofab and then the other organizations. My question still goes to our immediate speaker. You were talking about how you were able to get the communities, the aggregators, the traders, everybody on board, and then the NGOs. The farmers, you were able to carry them along with you. That was excellent, and that is the way I want to take it from. There are in Ghana some organizations that have been polluting the minds of people about the GMO cowpea that you did in Nigeria. Did you have such an experience, and how were you able to overcome it? Because it is something we, the farmers, must also learn from, and then also be able to take your experiences on board. Thank you.
Yes, definitely we do have such kind of people. Remember in my speech I said that there are people that are losing in the business, those people that are selling chemicals. By you depriving them of the market, they will come out in mass to challenge you. And part of it is what we experience in Nigeria. But we engage them in so many instances. We put the farmers in between, we engage them in debate, and then you don't see them showing around at all. They don't come because they don't have facts. What we are talking about is facts. If you have scientific facts that this technology is bad, then bring it. You are to know this if you are scientists, and you have to believe you are scientists. If your scientists cannot be believed in, then who are you going to believe? Somebody that will just wake up and say that he has, somebody sent him a message somewhere and then this is not true technology, you are going to have cancer. It's not, science is not about speculation. Science is about fact. So we engage them and we defeated them. They keep on coming back, we keep on retorting, telling them that this is a fact. If you have it, bring it. Just tell them to bring any fact. Because without scientific finding, this is as a result of scientific finding, we got it. Okay, give us, do your own finding. For many years, they can't bring anything. If they can bring then that is why the farmers embrace it. Because they can judge between who is telling the truth, who is just speculating. And if you engage the farmers very well, you engage all other stakeholders, I'm 100% sure nobody will listen to them. Nobody at all will listen to them. Recently, we have an issue that the people that are anti, they took the National Biosafety Management Agency law, they took it to the National Assembly, to the legislators. They wanted the law to be changed. They wanted to bring so many draconian laws that cannot be achieved. And by the time they took it to the National Assembly called for public hearing. And all stakeholders, because they are very confident, they went in there. Unfortunately, they didn't show up. At all, they didn't. Why? Because they have no fact. That fact that I was telling you, that let them bring the fact. If there is fact, then fine, you can listen to them, then you are a scientist, they are scientists, then you can debate on it. But there is no single fact at all. And that is why we defeated them. Their voice is only at times when they see, probably, that's what I understand, maybe they don't have money, they will start making noise and some people will send them money and then they will keep quiet, and that is it. So those people sponsoring them, they will feel, okay, they are working, then they send them money. And then by the time they feel their pocket is empty, they will start making, and the people will send them money and they will continue. So I think it's not something serious from them, to be honest.
Okay, so, okay, the last person, yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm coming behind my colleague, the farmer. I'm the national president of All Farmers Association of Nigeria. We have been in the forefront of the advocacy for biotechnology that leads to GM crops. But mine is just something to encourage all farmers in Africa. We have so many shocks, challenges, and threats to food security in Africa. And I feel that the GM crops are a very good pathway to the attainment of food security. And I will, at any time, sacrifice anything I'm doing to be present in discussions like this, and especially in celebrating the Ofab Day. I came here probably late. I was not given sufficient notice, but I came all the way from Timbuktu to come here. By Timbuktu, I mean I come from the northernmost part of Nigeria just to attend this. And I'm going to give you good news for Ghana and for Africa. The Kikau discussions that I attended in Kenya brought out the facts of the threats to the attainment of food security in Africa and the economic growth that is possible if we have food security. But there are threats that are global. Since COVID-19, the world has seen a lot of threats to the attainment of food security. The work in biotechnology and GM development, GM crops development, gives us the opportunity to be able to attain food security for Africa. In Africa, we have very, very enormous land that is underutilized, and our population of youth is almost 60% of the overall population. So if we deploy all this strength in the production of food, and especially using technology that gives us higher yield and gives us the opportunity for the crops to resist the adversities, threats of drought, disease, and now even flood. The newest rise that you are talking about, in Nigeria today, the floods have affected large acreages of rice plantations. I have seen what is happening now on rice. You are talking about drought and water resistant. I want you to develop flood resistant rice, because when there are flood waters in a rice plantation, even when it is about to be harvested, if it is underwater for 5 days, you lose 100%. So I want a situation where when there is flood, the rice will be able to just come back after 2 weeks, and then we will be able to harvest it. And that will give us food security for real. And we will not have to depend on anybody. You know, the whole world is looking at Africa for food security. Madam Ofab in Nigeria was with me in 2016 in Ithaca, in Cornell University. We were talking about global food security. And there were scientists, as Prof said here, and people, the antis were there. They were given the opportunity to bring facts and figures in defense of their anti-stance. They were not able to. In fact, some of them converted to pro-GM. So as far as I'm concerned, the whole world is really looking unto Africa for food security. And the easiest way for Africa to get food security is to be able to deploy technology. More than anything, biotechnology. So I thank you immensely for giving me the opportunity to talk on behalf of farmers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Since okay, go ahead.
Let me just
a minute, please. You have a minute.
response to what he just said now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say here that we have 2 flood-tolerant varieties of rice in Nigeria, but not developed by GM technology. It's a conventional technology. Faro 66 and 67 can withstand flood for 2 weeks. I was just informed. And it was developed by the National Cereals Research Institute, Badegi. So I think for now, that can suffice. But it still does not stop the GM developers to do theirs. It still doesn't stop us, the scientists, to use the GM technology, which will be more sustainable somehow. I think this one is by adaptation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Since the first question was not answered, let me revise it and ask our colleagues from Nigeria or Kenya, what policies have been put in place or were put in place to facilitate the release of PBR cowpea or BT cotton in these countries? What government policies were put in place to facilitate the release of these GM crops? Yeah, about 30 seconds or a minute for each of you. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been a very bumpy road to reach the point where the government came to allow BT cotton in the country. Because whenever we tried, there were forces which were refusing us. But when farmers stood firm and started advocating, we had to write a petition to the government, and we pleaded for 3 prints. The first plea was to allow our local government to continue with the national performance trials on BT cotton, on BT maize. The second one was the government to facilitate commercialization of BT cotton, and the fourth one to lift the ban on GMO to allow our local researchers to continue with the research and commercialization of BT crops because they are beneficial to farmers.
Okay, thank you.
This petition, I had to take it to the Deputy President, and seeing that it is a farmers' movement, they could not have refused. The ministry agreed to facilitate commercialization of BT cotton, and through that force, the government came to agree to use the BT cotton so that they can revive the dormant cotton industries in the Republic.
Thank you.
Yes.
So Nigeria, what government policies were put in place to facilitate the release of this cowpea?
The National Biosafety Management Agency is the one in charge of making sure all the safety protocols are being followed. And after that, the safety protocols, then we have a National Varietal Release Committee, which now take effect from there. And then the whole technical and other parameters that were set have to be made. Then after a meeting, then the approval will be given. And then the government support the farmers in every other aspect, financial and technical, to see that the cotton or the beans has been grown. So that is.
Thank you very much. So.
Thank you very much for all of you for this solid conversation. You may now exit the stage as we get treated to a very short musical performance, after which we will receive Dr. Richard Ampadu Amayao for an address before the kind of like the most important part of this Ofab Day celebration. So there's more to come, but right now we are leaving the stage for a musical interlude. No? Yeah, okay. They're coming? Okay. Oh, they're coming. So we're going to get a very short musical interlude. Looks like the musicians are coming. It's going to be just 5 minutes. And then after that, we will continue the program as Dr. Richard is going to share a very short address as well. So let's give a round of applause to our musicians who are offering us a short moment to stretch and keep our spirits alive as this Ofab Day celebration is happening. Okay. Thank you very much for this short, entertaining musical interlude. It's now time to receive an address from Ofab's coordinator in Ghana, Dr. Richard Ampadu Amayao. A round of applause for Dr. Richard. Louder, please. As he comes on stage for a very short address before we get messages on the screen from the chapters. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard.
Good evening, all. My friend, the farmer, said that we have given the farmer a short time. I believe you also heard the MC. She gave me short time. I have realized that many people are representing others here. Sometimes it's good, because the people they are representing are not small people, as we say it in Ghana. But don't worry, we are all representing someone. It takes you to ask the question who you are representing. I am representing myself. The important thing is what you are taking home. So, Mr. Chairman, the director of CSIR is the Institute for Scientific and Technological Information Research. Dr. Mantiao, Dr. Ikobini Emmanuel, who is also representing the ED of AATF, a DG NABDA, Nigeria, I hope I've pronounced it well, the board chair of the MBA Ghana, Professor Nchibo Siakun, awardees, members from various media houses, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols observed at a certain way. I am extremely happy to be called upon to open a series of speeches of my colleague, chapter coordinators. I'm sure you'll be hearing from them very soon. And like the MC said, I'm going to be brief, so I have already taken a lot out of my speech. The Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology, OFAB, is a baby of AATF. I'm sure you have heard this morning. And among others, these are established to do advocacy on the technology, biotechnology, and its associated GM technologies. What we intend to do is to have people accepting the technology naturally, without force. OFAB in Ghana was established in 2011 and was charged with the same responsibility as the mother organization. Although there has been a lot of turbulence, but we are still growing strong and will continue to grow stronger and solid. Although biotechnology activity started in Ghana long before OFAB was established in Ghana, but I believe that it is the activities of OFAB that has championed the advocacy of biotechnology in Ghana, especially getting people to understand the concept of biotechnology. And this has not been done alone by OFAB, but of course with our allied institutions and support from AATF. If you did not hear that, OFAB Ghana has 10 or is in 10 countries in Africa, and we are still counting. Some babies will come very soon. And if you want to know the countries in alphabetical order, I have put them here. We have Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, and Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. I have not left you out. And of course, like I said, these technologies have been, chapters have been created to do advocacy and sing the song of biotechnology and other GM technologies in the various countries. Just to drum home the significance and the benefits of the technologies. Looking around and recounting what we have gone through, I can say that it has not been easy. I see my colleague or counterparts in Nigeria looking at me. It resonates very well with what she has also experienced in her country. And I believe that it is upon this reason that the organizers of this meeting chose the theme, the role of biotechnology in achieving Africa's development aspirations. Sometimes I look at the things that some of the things that we see, and it looks like Africa is not ready to develop. We are ready to develop. And therefore, we must celebrate those who are helping push the development agenda forward. Usually, you have Ghana leading in many things in the continent. Mostly we talk about football. We can also talk about independence. But for this technology, we have had our brothers to take the lead. We agree. But what we want to say is that don't just look at us as babies. Some babies have sharp teeth. My colleagues in Ghana understand this very well, and they can damage you. Yeah, we may be working on 2 products. That's the newest rice and the PBR cowpea. But I know that a lot is coming on board. The old lady spoke, and I heard it. So you should not be surprised that in the future, we'll be talking about the maize, we'll be talking about maybe cassava, we'll be talking about cotton, and we'll be talking about maybe cassava. I've mentioned cassava. Mr. Chairman, if you will permit me, I would like to add my voice to those who have welcomed our colleagues from outside. You may say it is late, but what we are saying is that if your visa has not expired or it's not expiring this evening, you have the opportunity to go into town to do more shopping. We would also like to say thank you to all our stakeholders and the people that we have been working with for all these years. Here I'm talking about the ministry, that is our mother ministry, Ghana's parliament, scientists and technologies, technology developers, regulators, the media houses, and everyone in the boat. We pray that you will continue to give us that support to do more for Mother Ghana and Africa as a whole. We thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Ampadu Ameyao. A round of applause for him, for his speech. We will now have on the screen a video of messages with all of the chapters. So I'm going to ask the technical team to just cue the video so we can all have a look at it. It's a 10-minute video, roughly, and that really encompasses all the ideas and opinions that the chapters have on Ofab initiative. Please cue it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Rose Maxwell Gidado. I'm the country coordinator of Ofab Nigeria chapter.
My name is Philbert. Philbert Nino, this is my full name. I work with Sokoine University of Agriculture. I'm also serving as the national coordinator for Ofab, the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology in Tanzania.
My name is Margaret Karembu, Director, ISA AfriCenter, and also the Chair of Ofab Kenya, chapter based in Kenya.
I am Richard Ampadu Ameyao, the country coordinator for Ofab Ghana.
My name is Lionel Moyana. I'm a senior researcher at IIM. It is Agricultural Research Institute of Mozambique. Now I'm being indicated to be a country coordinator for Ofab of Mozambique.
The Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, the Ofab in Tanzania, was established in 2009. By then, the country was very restrictive in terms of biosafety regulatory framework. Literally nothing was happening in the country in terms of research and commercialization. So the coming of Pen Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology in Tanzania was a point of change because it brought stakeholders across the country.
Ofab came here to help us on demystify some misunderstood. Ofab is an open forum of biotechnology. It means that there you can discuss many issues related to biotech, especially the GMOs. The GMOs is a good technology for development countries like us, Mozambique.
Celebrating Ofab Day is also celebrating the day Nigeria took the giant steps to lead Africa and the world to commercialize the first ever transgenic cowpea.
For us in Ghana, Ofab Day is an opportunity where all partners come together to celebrate the fruit of our labor, all that we have been able to achieve ever since Ofab was established in Ghana.
Number two is to also appreciate the stakeholders who have worked together on this very tough journey. And thirdly is to share experiences and also inspire others so that they can all join Ofab Kenya initiatives.
Celebrating Ofab Day is celebrating the gains and progress made so far in agricultural biotechnology.
In Ethiopia, we have joined this project in 2014, and we have achieved a lot of things like improving the policy environment, including the biosafety proclamation. We have also improved the science reporting in the areas of biotechnology and networking professionals across the country.
We also have, as part of our success stories, increase in agricultural biotechnology reportage over the years by the media from 1 publication per week to almost 1 publication per day. We also have conducive regulatory and policy environment, all as Ofab impacts story. The commercialization of the pod borer resistant cowpea, the commercialization of BT cotton, the environmental release of telomeres.
In Ghana, Ofab works in collaboration with other allied organizations. And together with these partners, we've been able to achieve a lot. Notably, we can talk of the passing of the LI, we can talk of the biotechnology policy development, which is ready. We can talk about the plant variety bill, which is now an act, and then the recently environmental approval for the BT cowpea.
Some of the tangible successes of Ofab Kenya are: 1, the policy environment. Ofab Kenya provided the platform to discuss the Biosafety Act, the biotechnology policy, and now we also have the National Competent Authority. Number 2, increased media reporting. We have seen our journalists, the ones we have trained, exposed, reporting very accurately, balanced, and also setting the agenda. Now, biotechnology is a public agenda item in Kenya. Number 3, and very important success, is the commercialization of BT cotton.
There are many significant successes we have achieved over the years in the country, and few among them are the establishment and sustenance of the National Biosafety Management Act 2015. We led the passage of that bill process at the National Assembly. We created a lot of awareness, carried out so many sensitization activities and so on and so forth. We got the parliament, we got them capacitated. The bill was passed and transmitted to Mr. President for assent. Mr. President assented to it, and the agency came into being.
Ofab played a major role in exposing farmers, getting policymakers, and ensuring that all the stakeholders, the value chain actors in cotton, were coming together to discuss and deliberate on how BT cotton is going to be commercialized in Kenya.
Our activities in Ghana have benefited a lot of organizations and individuals. I can mention a few. We have farmers, we have media houses, we have Food and Drugs Authority, we have National Biosafety Authority. All these organizations will give them training on the cowpea that is being developed at SARI.
The entire 200 million people in Nigeria who must feed every day are the main beneficiaries of Ofab Nigeria through the commercialized crops, the cotton, and the cowpea. Cowpea is eaten in the country in every household. Going further, I will also say that over 11 million Nigerian farmers who are the frontliners of food production are among the beneficiaries, as well as the over 5,000 media practitioners whose capacity Ofab has built and raised, through all our trainings, and so on and so forth. Our saying is believing tours, is believing activities, so etc., etc. I can go on and on.
Ofab Kenya has many beneficiaries. I'll mention just three. The farmers, now they have a crop. After a long wait, they can now plant, grow, see how BT cotton grows. Number two are the journalists. I believe that the exposure we have made, the hands-on training, and the interactions we have engaged with both the scientists, with the journalists have been able to get the sources of information they require. Number three are the policymakers, because Ofab Kenya has become the one-stop shop where policymakers consult to get information, developments, and progress with the agribiotechnology in the country and indeed even globally.
We have many more crops in the pipeline that would also soon be commercialized. So we hope to do more and more in the years to come.
One of the main challenges that we have in Ghana has to do with acceptability among some communities. So in the coming 12 months, what we seek to do is to strengthen our advocacy on the cowpea, especially among our stakeholders.
Many of you know that we now have a new government in Kenya, so our focus for Ofab Kenya is going to be first and foremost embracing the new government and ensuring we are reaching out to the government ministries and technocrats, both at the top and then at the bottom. We now have the bottom up, so we are going to use that. And then number two, we want to ensure we protect and sustain the gains we have made. The BT cotton, we'd like it to be very successful, so we'll continue exposing more and more farmers and other stakeholders so that they can support the BT cotton program. And number three, we would like to ensure that our media continue being strengthened so that they can reach out more and even improve on the social media space so that the digital space can have Ofab Kenya being more present and more felt in that space.
Ofab Ghana is working very hard to ensure that the crop so developed would achieve the purpose for which we have developed in terms of commercialization. And for this reason, I would ask that all external support necessary should be provided to the Ghana team to work to ensure that we achieve our aim.
We are hoping that Ofab will continue bringing change and benefiting Tanzanian farmers.
I can generally say Ofab is a wonderful project with remarkable achievement, and I would like to congratulate the ATF, Ofab chapters and the donor for it is delivering a lot of achievements and the milestones in most of African countries.
Awesome video. And now the climax of, or shall I say, not yet. As we pursue these Ofab Day celebrations, we will have a message from Dr. Sheila Ochugboju of AFS. She's joining us live online. Can we have her on the screen to hear her message on Ofab Day celebration? Dr. Sheila Oshugboju, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely loud and clear. Please go ahead with your message.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief since a lot of wonderful things have already been said. I stand on existing protocol and I associate myself with the inspirational words of the project manager, Vitu, who said that the future belongs to the prepared, and he encouraged us, all of us in the room and all of us around the world, to increase our investments in science and technology. So let me introduce myself quickly. I am Dr. Sheila Oshugboju. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Science. And we are a close friend and ally of Ofab. We work across the continent. We're a global science communication initiative, working across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We're close friends with Ofab and we support science communication training. So I'm thrilled to see in the room is Professor Mustafa. We just finished the training, and my dear sister, Mama Biotech in Nigeria, Dr. Rose Gidado, who worked tirelessly to build an enabling environment for uptake of biotech products and technologies, and supported the scientists, the infrastructure, and the policy. We at Alliance for Science are great supporters of this.
So sorry, it seems like we've lost the feed. Just as Dr. Sheila Oshugboju was... Looks like she's back.
My generation does remember what food insecurity is like. I grew up in rural Nigeria. But I pray that the generation that is born today will grow up with such a sense of abundance that all they will do is think about the innovations that they can bring, how they can transform the world. I want to associate myself also with the comment that was made on the floor, that when Africa is food secure, the world is food secure. And that's important because we're the youngest continent and we're going to be one of the most popular continents in the future. Food security is important not just for our well-being, but also that our young people can bring the innovations that will change the landscape of the future. So I'm so happy to be part of this celebration for Ofab. It's important to celebrate biotechnology, to celebrate the knowledge economy, to celebrate the access that we as peoples of Africa and also our scientists have to these innovative technologies, and also to support the opportunities that come from being able to apply those technologies to answer our questions, so that we don't have to wait for anybody else to solve our problems and talk about iniquities and inequalities. We will have the technologies at our hands and the expertise to do so. So congratulations to Ofab. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish everybody a wonderful celebration this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila Oshugboju of AFS. We are also going to have Dr. Olalekan Akimbo from AUDA NEPAD. He's in the room with us. He's coming on stage. A round of applause for Dr. Olalekan Akimbo for his message.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to be here. And thank you for inviting the Continental Body to be part of this meeting today. All protocol duly observed. On behalf of my Chief Executive Officer, Her Excellency, Mrs. Nado Thomas, through my Director of Knowledge Management Program Evaluation, where my center sits, Mrs. Florence Nassari, I put on their caps to congratulate AATF for the milestones they have achieved in the continent. As the Continental Body, we welcome all developers, all foundations that help the development of the continent. Before I go, I want to quickly go through the transformation that NEPAD have involved into, from NEPAD to African Union Development Agency. That addition transformed NEPAD with bigger responsibility. And this responsibility was equipped with the formation of 5 new centers of excellence. And this was as a result of the decision by the head of states to serve 55 member states. And this decision is to help in achieving the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. I would just want to give us a brief of those 5 centers. The first one is on human capacity. The second one is on rural resource and food system. This link directly to the work that AATF is doing. And through that center, where one of our programs, African Biosafety Network of Expertise, is sitting, has worked over the years with AATF. And it has helped the continent to create an enabling environment through member states that they can take up this new technology. Beyond the Rural Resource and Food System Centers, we also have Climate Change Center. Then, now coming to where I sit, that is the Center of Excellence in Science, Technology, and Innovation, that sit at the heart of innovation. Please, can you move the slide, please? That sit at the heart. And I want to draw your attention to one thing about these centers, that innovation is not innovation until, can you go to the next slide, please? Innovation is not innovation until science speaks to policy, and policy is translated to practice. And how can this be done? Unlocking the bottleneck that comes through policy, creating an enabling environment for emerging technology to be adopted and to be used for the benefit of its people. I think this is where AATF has done very well, negotiating on behalf of Africa to get the technology that is very pertinent for our farmer, for them to improve their livelihood, to change the dynamics, and to bring to the table that which is required of them. I congratulate them on behalf of my institution, which is also the member state request for what they have done. And I will conclude my remarks with this note, which is my last slide, that until we start innovating today, there is no tomorrow that is prosperous. Until we take up innovation, innovation will keep sitting on the fence. And innovation that is not translated to improve livelihood is not called innovation. And this is where my center, the Centers of Excellence in Science and Technology, is sitting, to work with the technology developer beyond the regulatory component to find out where are these innovations, how can we work together, how can we domesticate these innovations, that at the end of the day, the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, will come to reality. Thank you for inviting us. God bless you.
Thank you very much for this statement where you underlined the importance of innovation. A round of applause again for all our speakers, our partners. and their messages. And now the climax of this Ofab Day celebration. So this is the moment where we award the heroes and the sheroes of the Ofab initiative. To do this, I would like to invite on stage again the project manager of Ofab for Ofab at AATF, Vitumbinko Chinoko, for a statement on why we are celebrating biotechnology heroes in Africa. A round of applause for Mr. Vitumbinko Chinoko.
Thank you, Madam MC, for really trying hard to pronounce my name. Yeah, so thank you once again, and good evening. As I mentioned earlier on, one of the trademarks of our work as AATF and also Ofab is to work in partnerships. We thrive in partnerships, and we believe that partnerships help us to push the agriculture biotechnology agenda really hard and really successfully. And the reason why I'm beginning with that story is because of the request that I made to all the Ofab chapters a month ago. And I noted that that assignment was going to be extremely, extremely difficult to them. And I remember getting a message from Mama Ofab who really complained that how are we going to do this assignment? The assignment was very simple. Like somebody had said earlier on that it is very important to acknowledge the efforts, the support that we are receiving from our partners while they are still alive, than, for example, to celebrate them posthumously. We decided that from this year going onwards, each of the Ofab chapters will identify one person that they want to honor as a hero or as heroine of agriculture biotechnology in their respective countries. That is why that task was extremely difficult. Because you can imagine, for Ghana, from 2011 to now, there has been several people that have added to the success that we are celebrating today. And then we're asking Richard and the team to just single out one person. We're looking at Nigeria, who have done so much around agriculture biotechnology, and we're saying, just give us one name. And that name is not going to compete. That name that you submit is the name that we're going to honor at the Ofab Day 2022 in Accra, Ghana. So ladies and gentlemen, the Ofab chapters, all of them lived up to the task. I don't know what were the processes, but as Secretariat, we said we are going to recognize, honor, and not manipulate in any way or form and shape the submission that is going to come from the chapters and honor that name at this event. And this is the moment that we now want to unveil the names of the people that have been nominated by the chapters because of their exemplary and passionate work to advance agriculture biotechnology. I think if they were given two names, they were going to mention those names. But because we said we want one name, so indeed they submitted one name. Allow me at this point to invite our MC, who is going to take us through that great moment to honor great men and women in our continent who have done exceptionally, very well, exemplary, and in the words of Dr. Okobenin, in their own lives without any anticipation of personal gain or ulterior motive. They have gone ahead to push agriculture biotechnology. Welcome our MC to take us through that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko. I hope I got your name right this time. Apologies for before. So I have in my hands the 10 envelopes in which we have the name of our 10 winners. The suspense will soon be at its peak. For each winner, I am going to call on stage one of our distinguished guests here in the room to make the announcement. And in first place, let me invite Professor Alassane Walter, Mr. Alassane Walter, to reveal the winner of the award for Tanzania. A round of applause for Mr. Alassane Walter as we discover who is the biotechnology hero for Tanzania. There we go.
In case I miss out the name. Sorry. Oh, it's in the envelope, inside the envelope. I hope it's written bold. His Excellency. Yeah. Well, for Tanzania, we have His Excellency Jakaya Mkwenya Mikwita. Michuru Chikwete, sorry. I've massacred the name, but that's it. Okay, that's it then. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Professor Alassane Walter, for that. Let's have the bio of the winner for Tanzania. Can you cue the bio on the screen? Thank you very much.
Tanzania biotechnology hero, His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former President, United Republic of Tanzania. His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete retired in October 2015 and is an active advocate of agricultural transformation. President Kikwete publicly supports farmers' rights to access modern agricultural technologies and innovations. President Kikwete's government fully recognized the potential of modern biotechnology in transforming agricultural production and the well-being of Tanzanians. During his first tenure, his government developed and adopted laws and regulations to govern research, development, and commercialization of GMOs. Unfortunately, the process was influenced by heightened global propaganda by anti-GMO activists, low awareness, and poor public understanding of modern biotechnology. Rather than adopting facilitating legal frameworks, the development and commercialization of GMOs in Tanzania appeared sealed. During his second tenure, Tanzania adopted the National Biotechnology Policy, which provides guidelines towards safe application of biotechnology in research and development of biotechnology-based products and services in all sectors of the economy. His government further reversed restriction laws to allow for research and development of GMOs, which resulted in the country's confined field trials in 2016. Kenya Biotech.
Thank you very much for this. A round of applause again for our winner from Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Next up, I'm going to invite Dr. Rose Gidado to announce the winner for Malawi. Dr. Rose Gidado to announce the winner for Malawi. Please give a hand of applause for Dr. Rose Gidado as she is about to reveal who won this award for Malawi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For Malawi, the winner is, can anyone guess? And the winner is it V2? Is it Meme? Anyway, the name starts with J. And it is James M. Bokosi. Dr. James M. Bokosi. Yeah. Thank you.
Biotechnology hero, James M. Bokosi, Professor, Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Prof. Bokosi is a professor responsible for teaching both undergraduate and postgraduate students. He teaches plant genetics, plant breeding, and plant molecular biology. Bokosi supervises research projects at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. He played an active role in the development of policies, guidelines, and strategies for biotechnology, such as the National Biotechnology Policy, the National Biotechnology Strategy, guidelines for the safety assessment of food and feed derived from genetically modified crops. At regional level, Bokosi has played pivotal role in Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa during the development of policy options focusing on commercial planting of GM crops and commercial trade policy in GM products, among other key regional interventions for biotechnology. Due to his involvement in biotechnology at regional and national landscape, Bokosi was nominated to join Ofab Malawi Programming Committee as a member, supporting the new chapter, meeting the project's vision and mission.
Great, thank you very much for this video. Just to, a round of applause again for the winner, by the way, from Malawi. And just to correct, to make a correction, they are not actually winners, but more nominees. Basically, we are celebrating biotechnology heroes and heroines from Ofab countries. So all of them are nominees for their country. The next nominee is from Ethiopia, and I'm going to call on stage Professor Charles Anchui Bosiakon, Chair of NBA in Ghana, to reveal the nominee for Ethiopia. A round of applause for Professor Charles as he comes on stage to reveal who the nominee is for Ethiopia as we celebrate biotechnology heroes and heroines. Take the floor.
Ethiopia, Ghana, 1. So let's listen to the person who is going to be the laureate for this enviable feat. He is in the person of Dr. Mandefro Nigusi. Clap for him.
Hero, Dr. Mandefro Niguisi, is the Chief Executive Officer of Agricultural Transformation Institute, ATI. Dr. Mandefro holds Bachelor of Science in Plant Sciences and Agronomy, MSc and PhD in Genetics and Plant Breeding. He has served as the State Minister for Agriculture, and he was the Director General of the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research. He has led various international organizations and served as board chair and board member of several institutions. While serving as a Director General of the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, Mandefro made significant impact in convincing the policymakers and other key influential institutions and individuals about awareness on agricultural biotechnology. He earned his trust among policymakers as a result of sharing evidence-based information about biotechnology. Dr. Mandefro has been involved in critical debates about biotech crops among his peers and agricultural stakeholders such as policymakers, researchers, and anti-GM activists. He has presented many guiding ideas and world scenario in the area of ag biotech on many Ofab workshops. Uganda.
And as you heard, the next nominee that is going to be revealed is from Uganda. And I'm going to have someone to come and talk about it. And the name is Dr. Seth Matiao, who I believe is still in the room with us, who will come on stage to reveal the winner for Uganda. A round of applause for Dr. Seth Matiang, who stepped in earlier this morning and still doing it for Professor Mike Yao Osei Achwane-Bwana. So thank you for revealing the winner of the nominee.
Good afternoon. So, the winner is, the nominee is Honorable Professor Maurice Ojinga Latigo. Congratulations.
Prof. Maurice Ogenga Latigo, the former member of Parliament of Agago and the former leader of opposition in Uganda's 9th Parliament. Prof. Ogenga is an associate professor at Makerere University and a farmer and an opinion leader. He served as a former member of the National Biosafety Committee. Prof. Ogenga has been instrumental in advancing the biotechnology discussion at high-level decision-making in government, participated and supported various biotechnology activities as a panelist and facilitator. Prof. Ogenga featured in the Food Evolution movie, a film that explores the ways science has been used and abused in public discourse surrounding the genetic engineering of food screening in Uganda. Rwanda Biotechnology Hero.
Next up, as you heard it, we are going to have the winner or the nominee, sorry for saying winner all the time. So we're going to have the nominee for Rwanda, and I'm going to call Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko, Ofab's project manager, to announce who is the nominee for Rwanda. Again, a round of applause for Mr. Vitumbiko.
The nominee for the Ofab 2022 Hero for Rwanda is Dr. Patrick Karangwa.
Dr. Patrick Karangwa, the current Director General, Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Development Board, RAB. Dr. Patrick Karangwa is the Director General of Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Development Board since January 2018. Prior to his appointment as the Director General of RAP, he held the position of Head of Research Department in RAP from August 2015 and has been a research scientist in the fields of agricultural biotechnology and plant pathology since 2004. Dr. Karangwa served on boards of various organizations, including the regional organization ASARECA, the Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in East and Central Africa. He is a member of the advisory board of RECA, Rwanda Institute for Conservation Agriculture. He is also the chairperson of the board of directors of Kinazi Cassava Plant Limited. Dr. Karangwa has also worked for the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, of the United Nations as a consultant and served as the country representative of Agricultural Biotechnology Network in Africa, ABNETA, an FAO initiative. Dr. Karangwa holds a PhD in plant pathology from the University of Stellenbosch, South Africa. He holds master's and bachelor's degree in biotechnology from the University of Wageningen, the Netherlands, and the University of Rwanda, respectively, and pursues the Global Master of Business Administration in Entrepreneurship and Innovation specialization from the University of London.
Great, thank you. We have 4 more nominees to go, the next one being from Mozambique. And I'm going to call Dr. Ya Osei Dufay to announce who the nominee is for Mozambique. A round of applause for Dr. Ya Osei Dufay.
Good afternoon. Oh, okay. She's from where?
Mozambique.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm happy to be the one who will announce the heroine from Mozambique.
I'm sorry I can't speak the language for Mozambique, otherwise I would have spoken it. But she should just take the English and work to it. She is Rhoda Sansao Nuvunga. I'm happy for you, Rhoda. Congratulations. Well done.
Great, thank you again, Dr. Ya Ose Dufay, for pronouncing the nominee for Mozambique. And now we have 3 more people to go, and thankfully they are all in the room with us from Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana. And we will have Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin announcing the nominee for Kenya. A round of applause again for Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin.
It's not pulled out.
You have to insert.
Oh. Okay, so it is my pleasure and honor to announce the nominee for Kenya. His name is Daniel Magondo. Thank you.
Daniel Mugo Magondo is the chairperson, Society for Biotech Farmers of Kenya, SOBIFAC. Daniel Magondo has been a champion for agricultural biotechnology for over 5 years. In 2017, Daniel Magondo, working with Ofab Kenya, brought together farmers from all over Kenya, forming a farmer society known as Society for Biotech Farmers of Kenya, SOBIFAC. SOBIFAC, now registered under the Kenya Societies Act, has been an instrumental voice in creating awareness and demonstrating the need for adoption of agri-biotech products. Since its inception, Mr. Magondo has steered the society beyond grassroots mobilization to informing policy decisions. SOBIFAC's steering committee has had policy dialogue with ministry leadership, including the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture. In addition, Mr. Magondo is a BT cotton farmer and leader. In 2019, his voice played a key role in commercialization of BT cotton. Ofab Kenya nominates Mr. Magondo as its champion because he has been a visionary leader, an influencer, and a crucial voice for agricultural biotechnology in Kenya.
Pictures time for the winner of Kenya, Mr. Daniel Magondo. And here we have him on the screen receiving his certificate. Thank you very much also to Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin for handing out the certificate to our nominee from Kenya, as well as the magnificent award. A round of applause again. Next up, I'm going to call Dr. Olelakan Akimbo to announce the winner, the nominee, for Nigeria. So the nominee for Nigeria will be revealed right about now by Dr. Olelakan Akimbo.
Thank you. Thank you for breaking your tongue to pronounce my name. Olalekan Akimbo. Say it again.
Let me try it again. Olalekan Akimbo.
Good student. You know why I asked her to pronounce it is that many people, they cut their tongue to pronounce my name. And I want the name to be pronounced fully. Ola, you break it into 2. Olalekan. Simple. Go to the assignment. I'm happy to announce the nominee for Nigeria. Unfortunately, I'm also in Nigeria. Architect Kabir Ibrahim. Congratulations.
Nigeria biotechnology hero Ak Kabir Ibrahim, the current president, All Farmers Association of Nigeria. Ak Kabir Ibrahim is the president of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN. He is currently pulling millions of farmers into the adoption of genetically modified crops through his untiring and firm campaign of GM technology. Beyond being a committed believer of agricultural biotechnology, Ak Kabir is a strong advocate and campaigner of the technology. At a period when Nigeria's first food transgenic crop, the PBR cowpea, was just commercialized into the Nigerian seed market, Ak Kabir was one of the first stakeholders who transported the PBR beans to his son, who was schooling outside the country as part of his foodstuff, in addition to the fact that this farmer cultivates and eats the transgenic crop with his household. Ak Kabir would conduct public interviews on national television, including NTA, AIT, and other channels, sensitizing the public and his fellow Nigerian farmers, whom he leads on the campaign of safety and the benefits of the application of biotechnology. He is truly a champion of agricultural biotechnology in Nigeria. His public support for the GM technology has made it easier for Ofab Nigeria to convince farmers into cultivating the crops and also winning the attention of the government. Ak Kabir is one of the defendants of the technology, as he has always been actively engaged in the conversation with Nigerian government and policymakers, especially the sustenance of biotechnology acts in the country. Input made by this biotech loyalist during the public hearing for the recent proposed amendment bill that sought to amend the National Biosafety Management Agency, which is the Act of 2015, on the 30th of August at the Nigerian National Assembly, was a top-notch and strong point towards convincing the lawmakers that the heart of the farmers is with the technology. Ak Kabir is indeed a true champion of the technology.
Again, thank you very much to Dr. Olalekan Akimbo. I got it right finally. And finally, we are going to have the revelation for the nominee from Ghana, revealed by Professor Mustafa Abdullahi, Director General at NABDA from Nigeria. A round of applause to Professor Mustafa Abdullahi, who is going to reveal who is the nominee for Ghana.
Okay, thank you. All right. I hope I will not have to use, The nominee for Ghana is Professor Marianne Quinn.
Ghana biotechnology heroine, Dr. Marianne Quinn, a plant biotechnologist with expertise in plant physiology, tissue culture, molecular biology, genetic engineering, and biosafety. Dr. Marianne Quinn is currently focusing on the mass production of vegetatively propagated crops using tissue culture-generated clean planting materials, semi-autotrophic hydroponics, and aeroponics. Quinn is also conducting outreach programs to educate students and agricultural stakeholders on genetic engineering, the use of basic molecular biology tools in day-to-day activities, and plant biology. During the 1990-1991 academic year, as a BSc student at the University of Ghana, Legon, Quinn was the first ever student to use plant tissue culture methods, a biotechnology tool, in a final year dissertation. This earned her a distinction grade A. Quinn won a competitive grant from the American Society of Plant Biologists, an education fund with which she conducted a project titled Introducing Basic Biotech Teaching Techniques in High Schools in Sub-Saharan Africa, and this spanned from July 2013 to January 2016. In addition, Quinn was a local principal investigator for a project titled Biosafety Testing of High-Protein Sweet Potatoes in Ghana. The project was based at the Tuskegee University of Alabama in the USA and sponsored by the USDA and FAS from 2008 to 2011, and was the first project ever in Ghana to receive a permit to conduct confined field trials on genetically engineered crops.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our nominee to stay here because we would want to hear a statement from her. So please come back on the stage, Professor Marian Quinn, for your address. A round of applause again to her.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand on existing protocols, and I would like to start by saying that biotechnology has been with us since we started using fermentation to change the taste of our food. And the technique has been modified and modernized to modern biotechnology, where we are able to move genes around to get products of benefits to humanity. This aspect is beautiful because we go beyond species. We are not restricted by the science of conventional breeding. And since 1996, agric biotechnology commercial release has been the fastest growing technology ever in the world. Ghana and Sub-Saharan Africa has to come on board. And we need this to improve our food, feed, fuel for sustainability. And for agriculture, we need it to have biotic and abiotic stresses that we can use to improve food security. My greatest fear when I started biotechnology in 1990 has been that biotechnology will elude us as a continent, just as Green Revolution did. And at times, I sit at my desk and I have the fears because gene editing is taking the stage of genetic engineering. However, with this award, it looks like the things we've been doing in our corner, trying to push technology, has finally gained recognition. It's going to position us, and this, I stand on behalf of all the nominees, it's going to position us to be able to gain the attention of policymakers, funding agencies, and all our stakeholders, so that all that we have to do in the background we've been doing, we are now empowered to move the technology to create things for Africa. We Africans know our food, we know our issues, and we are the best people to bring solution to our situation. I deeply owe my lecturers who have been my mentors, Dr. Elizabeth Ichampong, Professor Marceline Egnin, and Professor Patricia Berjak. They have been my mentors. I really appreciate each and every one in this room, and also the CSIR for giving me the platform as a scientist to shine. I'll say long live AATF, long live Ofab, long live Ghana. Thank you.
Congrats again to all the 10 nominees. Those that were present, those that were not present, they are all nominees, and they all deserve a huge round of applause. And again, congrats also to those who came on stage to make the revelations. We are going to have our final musical interlude before I bring on stage the Ofab Africa 2022 Media Awards winner on stage for a note. But first, a very short musical interlude of 5 minutes as we stretch and refresh, and we are going straight into our final run for this Ofab Day Celebration program in Ghana. So may I call the musicians to come and perform. 10 minutes. Thank you. As it was their last performance, a big round of applause to our musicians for doing this, you know. May I have my computer with me here, if possible? No, I think that's fine. Yeah. Thank you very much to the team for doing this. Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyways, for all the 10 chapters, journalists of those 10 countries were asked to submit stories at national level, with each national winner competing at African level. And today we have before us the overall winner of the Ofab Africa 2022 Media Awards, who will be delivering a speech on the role of the media in agricultural development and transformation in Africa. He is from Burkina Faso, so I'm going to put this in French for him. Pour tous les 10 chapitres, les journalistes de ces 10 pays ont été requis de soumettre des articles au niveau national. Et chaque gagnant au niveau national est donc rentré dans une compétition au niveau continental. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons le vainqueur de l'Ofab Africa 2022, les lauréats pour les médias. Il est burkinabé, son nom c'est Jérémy Kwedraogo. Veuillez l'accueillir. Please welcome Jeremy Kwedraogo for his address. A round of applause for him. He will be delivering his speech in French, but that's fine for the rest of the people in the room. I will offer a quick summary in English. Bonsoir, Jérémy. Veuillez prendre la parole pour qu'on vous entende.
Bonsoir à tous, à vos titres et grades respectifs. L'honneur m'a été fait d'exposer sur le thème « Le rôle des médias dans le développement et la transformation agricole en Afrique ». D'abord, il faut mentionner que deux grandes familles de médias se côtoient sur l'échiquier national dans nos différents pays. Il s'agit des médias publics et des médias privés. En Afrique, il y a ce stéréotype qui veut que l'agriculteur, c'est celui qui a raté tout de sa vie et qui se retourne finalement vers la terre avant d'être enterré définitivement. C'est malheureusement le cliché qui existe et qui fait que beaucoup d'Africains ne veulent pas s'adonner à la terre. Je crois à ce niveau que le rôle des médias publics, par exemple, est central, c'est-à-dire que les médias publics doivent présenter une agriculture qui se veut moderne, qui peut être moderne, présenter l'agriculture qui permet de nourrir son homme, qui permet l'autosuffisance alimentaire pour celui qui produit, sa famille, pour son pays et d'une manière générale contribuer à l'autosuffisance alimentaire du continent africain. Quand on voit que le monde entier est obligé de se tourner vers l'Ukraine pour acheter des céréales, du blé, je suis convaincu qu'en Ukraine, l'agriculteur n'a pas cette image de parent pauvre de la société, parce que c'est lui qui nourrit l'Ukraine, c'est lui qui nourrit le monde. Je crois que c'est très important à travers de contenus de qualité, notamment des capsules de radio, de télévision, où l'on présente l'agriculture, parle de l'agriculture sans occulter les aspects de difficulté. Il ne s'agit pas de faire de la propagande, il s'agit de présenter l'agriculture sous toutes ses coutures, les aspects positifs, les difficultés qu'un jeune agriculteur pourrait rencontrer s'il s'engage dans ce domaine. Par ailleurs, une chaîne de radio, une chaîne de télévision, un journal n'a pas vocation à diffuser que ce qu'il produit. On est dans un monde d'interconnexion. Aujourd'hui, on a des maisons de production de très bonne qualité qui peuvent proposer des supports de radio, de télévision, des contenus de qualité. Et si ces contenus respectent les règles techniques et tout, je pense que les médias publics ne doivent pas du tout hésiter à diffuser ces contenus. Donc, comme je le dis, je vois le volet contenu, production de contenu et également diffusion de contenu. Au niveau du volet production de contenu, pour revenir à ça, la production a un coût dans le domaine journalistique. La production de contenu, c'est là où l'État central doit jouer son rôle en investissant, en aidant les médias publics à avoir des ressources financières. Je crois que c'est une volonté politique qu'il faut mettre en branle et considérer que les médias publics peuvent véritablement contribuer à la promotion, au développement de l'agriculture. L'autre aspect majeur, à mon avis, c'est l'utilisation des langues nationales. Les langues nationales sont fondamentales pour véhiculer ce type de message. Vous ne pouvez pas vous adresser au monde rural en parlant en anglais, en français, en espagnol ou en portugais. Pour apprendre, il faut comprendre. Le premier niveau de l'apprentissage, c'est d'abord la compréhension. C'est pourquoi l'usage des langues nationales est fondamental pour faire passer les messages de sensibilisation et de formation. L'anglais, le français ne sont pas à occulter. Je veux dire, les langues officielles viennent en appoint. Quand on parle de développement et de transformation de l'agriculture, même les intellectuels doivent savoir que l'agriculture est une niche où on peut faire de bonnes affaires. Au niveau des médias privés, le challenge est encore plus grand. Il faut être clair et net. La plupart des médias privés veulent faire du business, du profit. C'est des options totalement commerciales. Ces options commerciales font souvent que ces médias ne s'intéressent pas trop aux questions liées à l'agriculture parce que ça ne rapporte pas grand-chose dans l'immédiat. Ces médias privés ont tendance à dire que la sensibilisation du monde rural relève des médias publics, du ministère en charge de l'agriculture. Je crois que ces médias gagneront à mettre un peu d'eau dans leur vin parce que quand un pays se porte bien, quand une économie marche, quand l'agriculture marche, c'est tout le tissu économique qui tire profit et donc les médias privés ne sont pas étrangers à ce tissu économique. Donc, ils gagneraient à contribuer aussi à leur manière à la promotion, à la valorisation de l'agriculture. Et puis, il faut que ces structures privées aient des services commerciaux et marketing agressifs. Agressifs dans le bon sens, parce que souvent les organisations non gouvernementales, ONG, qui s'occupent de l'agriculture n'ont malheureusement pas de ressources humaines et les compétences pour aller vers les médias. Je crois à ce niveau que les responsabilités sont partagées. Il revient aux médias d'aller vers certains partenaires qui s'intéressent aux questions agricoles. Il revient également aux ONG qui s'occupent des questions agricoles de faire le pas aussi vers les médias. C'est donc une relation à double sens et je crois que tout ça mis l'un dans l'autre devrait permettre de faire des médias, qu'ils soient du public ou du privé, nos vitrines attrayantes pour la promotion de l'agriculture. Je sais pour le cas de Burkina Faso, le Burkina Faso avait choisi de créer la radio rurale. La radio rurale a été créée en 1969. Elle est exclusivement dédiée au monde rural. On essaie de coacher les agriculteurs pour leur permettre d'améliorer leur rendement à travers des émissions de sensibilisation et de formation. Et les spéculations comme le coton au Burkina Faso a pris son envol en partie grâce à la radio rurale. Vous voyez que leurs médias peuvent être un support puissant de promotion de l'agriculture pour peu qu'on leur donne les moyens. Production et transformation agricole sont intimement liées. L'une est la conséquence de l'autre. Et je crois que les médias doivent prendre en compte le volet transformation et conservation des produits agricoles dans la conception des programmes, des modules de sensibilisation et de formation. Et pour terminer, on investit très peu dans la recherche en Afrique et le peu qu'on découvre dort dans les tiroirs. Le chercheur n'est pas un industriel, il faut un greffage, une jonction avec le monde économique. C'est aussi aux médias de faire cette interpellation en attirant l'attention de l'opinion publique. L'Afrique est l'un des rares continents qui n'est pas encore à mesure de s'auto-nourrir. C'est malheureux de compter sur les autres pour manger et c'est d'ailleurs des résidus qu'on nous envoie. Je suis convaincu que les médias, à travers des contenus de qualité, doivent et peuvent contribuer à une prise de conscience individuelle et collective des Africains pour un essor véritable de l'agriculture en Afrique. Parce qu'au final, nous n'avons qu'une seule option, c'est de compter sur soi. C'est la seule manière de rester libre et digne. Nous ne pouvons pas confier notre vente, notre alimentation aux autres. Et le président Thomas Sankara le disait déjà dans les années 1980, et c'est toujours d'actualité. Consommons ce que nous produisons et produisons ce que nous consommons. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour ce discours, Monsieur Jérémy Ouédraogo. du Burkina Faso. Thank you very much for this speech, where you were emphasizing the importance for the media to create content of quality and value to communicate the importance of innovating when it comes to agriculture for Africa to feed itself. You mentioned the case of Ukraine and how it has produced effects, or it has revealed the fact that Africa has not yet reached the stage where it can really feed itself as well as the rest of the world. And you believe that the media has to be the biggest ally to agriculture, the agricultural sector to produce content that will raise the consciousness of people and understand how alarming and important it is to put biotechnology first in Africa. So again, a round of applause to our Ofab Africa Media 2022 award winner. Well, now we go back to something else, another session, where, of course, we could not conduct this event without the intervention of the Ghana Journalists Association. So let's welcome on stage the Vice President of the GJA, Madam Linda Asante Ejay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocol. So on behalf of the Ghana Journalists Association, I would want to extend our warm compliments to Ofab and all of you present here. And in fact, Ofab Ghana has since its inception in August 2011 as a country chapter to Ofab Africa, been working with the media in Ghana to propagate good news and the benefits of agricultural biotechnology to policymakers and other stakeholders, not forgetting the public and especially the farmers. We have had series of engagements in the form of training workshops to help bridge the gap that existed between the scientists, policymakers, farmers, and the public. And I must confess that those of us who started reporting on biotechnology in the late 90s, which I was one of them, didn't have it easy as we have it now. Simply because at that time, we didn't have a lot of information. We also didn't have a lot of scientists opening up to us, and it wasn't easy at all at that time. But we managed, and with consistent engagement, like what Ofab is doing now, the narrative has changed for the better. And in fact, in those days, those of us who offer themselves to report on biotechnology were tagged, were called names, which wasn't pleasant, but with perseverance, we were able to sail through. Now, reporting on agricultural biotechnology has been made so simple, so easy, demystifying the myths surrounding the technology, and also clearing doubts, even though we still have a lot of work to do in that area. The introduction of Seeing is Believing by Ofab has also helped a lot, I must say, to enrich our reportage. And I have to also say that with our reportage over the years, it has really, really improved. And again, the introduction of the media awards has also motivated journalists to write more compelling stories to educate and inform the public as well as other stakeholders. And for Ghana, I must say that the media in Ghana is a male-dominated area, but fortunately we have females also coming into the scene and also rubbing shoulders with their male counterparts. And for this year, Ofab Media Awards, I was so thrilled to see 3 ladies taking up the first three positions. And that tells you that really the female journalists are taking up the mantle. And then I must sound this word of caution to the male journalists out there. look out for us because we are coming. And as we have the saying, we are coming. Giddy, 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 giddy. So please watch out for us. And Ofab Ghana, GJA would want to congratulate you for opening your doors and partnering us to educate our journalists and empower them with knowledge. For us, knowledge and then information is our lifelines. And without knowledge and information, we'll not be able to do what is expected of us. Let's continue and deepen this relationship and also encourage our journalists to write more compelling but factual stories on the technology. And I believe that in no time we'll have a country, change around in terms of improving agricultural technology. And I would want to take this opportunity to mention a few names who have actually influenced, some journalists in Ghana to take up the mantle of reporting on agricultural biotechnology. And I must mention Professor Walter Lassan. I just spotted him. Thank you so much. You've been a source of inspiration to some of us. And then Dr. Daniel Osei, PBS, thank you for your support, continuous support coming from PBS. Dr. Margaret Atipo, former chair, Ofab Ghana, you've been so wonderful. Dr. Ya Osei Difie, my role model, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there for us. Samuel Timpo Abni Nepat, Dr. Margaret Karimbu Kenya, Nancy Muchuri, you've been so supportive in terms of our international partners, and continue educating us, continue partnering our backs because we have a lot of work to do. Together, we'll all make sure we see the Africa that we want to see in terms of changing the narrative when it comes to agricultural biotechnology. On this note, I want to say thank you very much. And then congratulations on your anniversary. For GJA, our doors are widely open, and the Ghanaian media is willing to learn more in terms of changing the narrative. Thank you very much, and I equal to all of us.
Thank you very much to the Vice President of the GJA, Linda Asante Eje. I think you can do better with the applause. For the final time today, I wish to invite on stage Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko for his closing remarks and vote of thanks, after which we will call on some very distinguished guests in this room to cut the Ofab Day celebration cake. So take the floor.
So it has been a great day, and for any great day, there is always input from a lot of people. And we just want to take this opportunity really to thank so many people that have contributed to this memorable occasion, the second Ofab Day, which was held today in Ghana. I just wish to thank and appreciate the government of Ghana through the leadership of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the support that you've rendered to us to be able to have this event. So thank you very much. I also wish to acknowledge and appreciate the various luminaries of agriculture biotechnology that have been in this room. Madam Asante tried to highlight some of the names, and I really wish to thank some of them, and indeed the name of Professor Hassan tops up on my list. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. I also wish to mention and acknowledge our champions that have been honored today. Thank you very much, Mr. Magondu. Thank you very much, Ak Kabiru. Thank you very much, Madam Queen. I know she's left, I think. I also wish to thank our partnerships, Alliance for Science, Dr. Shira Okubuju, PBS, they were not able to come, but are also a very trusted partner. Auda Nepad, thank you for always showing up when we call on you, even when it is difficult. Your partnership is what, again, helps us to really push this with a lot of confidence. I also wish to really thank our funders, our investors in this, the Bill and Melinda Gates. They haven't come today, but they're always behind our backs with resources to help us push this agenda. And today, they should have been here, but other things actually cropped into their plan and they were not here. Again, just to thank the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research for this great partnership that we've enjoyed for 11 years. There's actually saying that if a marriage subsists beyond 6 years, that marriage will not dissolve. And I do think, that this is testimony to the great things that we've done. We've been able to pass through the valleys and the rivers, and in all that, I think we've been able to appreciate each other's worth. And I want to say thank you very much. We are determined to continue these partnerships. You've seen that Ofab chapters we are following online. All the other 9 chapters we are following up online on the things that we've done today, even when they didn't have an option to speak. It's not easy to sit down for 6 hours just to listen. And I really wish to congratulate our Ofab chapters for being there all the time until now, even when you are not here in person. Again, just to thank our leadership. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel Kobenin, for being with us. You're such a busy person, but you've been able to spare your time and be with us. Again, in absentia, just to thank the leadership of Dr. Canisius Kanangire, our executive director, who Dr. Emmanuel is representing. And again, Nancy Mishiri, that Madam Asante mentioned, she is again a luminary in her own right in pushing for agriculture biotechnology. In absentia, we thank them and we honor them. I also want to thank profoundly my brother, my mentor, and my friend, Professor Abdullahi Mustafa. I think every time I've called on him to support the agenda around agriculture biotechnology, he's shown up. And I was just wondering as I was sitting there, how am I going to pay you for all this support? Maybe I'll invite you to Malawi and then I can revenge. But otherwise, what you've done is extremely, extremely priceless. And I want you to receive our gratitude and our thanks. I think this event has been a great success because we've also had a great MC. Madam Angela Akiwa, I know I'm revenging for you pronouncing my name wrongly. Thank you so much for driving such great conversations that are actually showing the direction that Africa needs to take. I think we need more of such kind of conversations, and I hope this partnership that we've started is indeed going to continue beyond our meeting here in Accra. I also want to wish all the panelists that came here, led by Professor Danso, and all the deliberations that happened here. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us, and we are very sure that the knowledge that you've imparted with us is actually going to yield to something meaningful for Africa. In absentia as well, allow me to thank the dancers that came here. I think they entertained us. I think they saw my feet moving and they decided, this guy wants to dance. They came for me, and I hope I was able to show how Malawian dancers are able to do it, as you may have seen. Finally, but not least, as I say, allow me to thank the Fourth Estate, who have been with us again since the beginning to the end. You may not see them here because there's a press conference where our big men and big women are going to answer some questions, so they are arranging it there, but allow me to thank them for the support that have helped us. But not just today. I think our partnership with the media has been time immemorial, and I wish to thank them for all the support that they've done, and indeed also our brother and my friend, Jeremy. Thank you very much for really continuing to spur conversation around how we can transform Africa. And I follow your magazine, and I think slowly I'm also learning the French. So thank you very much for that. And to all and everyone that came, allow me to say thank you very much because in the end of the day, biotechnology is pushed through our normal lives whenever we are in our homes, the small decisions that we make, and I really wish to thank you for coming and contributing to the success of this great event. Thank you very much.
So I'm now going to invite on stage Professor Charles Bosiakon, Dr. Emmanuel Okogbenin, Professor Walter Alassane, Professor Mustafa Abdullahi, Mr. Vitumbiko himself, and all the champions present from Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya. Please line up here for the cutting of the cake. A round of applause for all of them. Professor Charles, Dr. Emmanuel, Professor Walter, Professor Mustafa, Mr. Vitumbiko himself, and all the champions that are present in this room, I believe from Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya. Please line up. You will be given a knife for the symbolic cutting of the cake. And I hope we still do have photographers here to capture this moment. So we would want to have Mr. Vitumbiko in the middle. And everybody should be able to appear in the frame. Joining arms to cut this Ofab Day Celebrations cake. And we have the cameraman capturing this moment. And possibly we can hype them up a little bit more. So a round of applause to all the people, distinguished guests, lined up, cutting the cake. And it would be great to have a picture as well with the nominees, if they are still in the room. If we could have a picture with all the nominees. It looks like they have left, all right. Yes. Are you all? Yeah. I'm not sure I get it. If somebody can just come here to give me the word. Wait, no, we are not done. We are not done yet. I'm seeing only men here. Where are the women in this room? Please come here and line up. Hmm? We are done, but we are not done until women come into the frame. So Professor Danso, absolutely, yeah, should be here to be part of the picture. We need to see more women in the picture. That is it. And now the image is complete. Fantastic. And so, Yeah. We need the nominees. Sorry. Hello. May I have your attention? We need a group picture with all the nominees in this room and the distinguished guests. So please get together, probably get some direction from the cameraman. Where should they be for the picture? Cameramen? Photographers? We need a picture of all of them with their awards and certificates. Okay. Looks like some of them are having a press conference, and this is what I was going to say. There is a press conference going on in the other room where we will have also the full set of the press conference. We'll see Dr. Seth Mantiao, Dr. Emmanuel Okok-Benin, Dr. Jerry Inboyine, Professor Charles Antwi Bosiako, Professor Mustafa Abdullahi, Dr. Joseph Ajabeng, and this is happening in the other room. But remember also that AATF kindly invites everyone for a cocktail at the Ghana Village restaurant here at La Palm Royal Beach Hotel immediately after this. So you have the option to participate in the cocktail. For me, it's a wrap. My name is Angela Ekwia Asante, aka AAA, and it was a pleasure to MC this. Mon nom est Angela Ekwia Asante, et je vous souhaite une très bonne soirée. Good night.